Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to the 2021 essentially school year in July. We're going to start our planning, and today we have a training. So thank you to our friends at OSBA, that's the Oregon School Boards Association, for being here with us today. But what I'd like to do is first let everyone know that obviously we have all of the board members here, and then what is referred to as the executive team, minus Steve Emmert. So in essence, every budget meeting, I think every board meeting, the executive team participates.
Yes, thank you and welcome. Exciting to be here, and just a little bit more about how exec team works with and supports you as board members. And then we'll ask each of them to introduce themselves. And as Director Hecker noted, Steve Emmert, who is our Executive Director of Human Resources, is not here. He's out this week. I hope he's having a good time, and I think he's with his family at Silverwood, which is awesome. Yeah. So before we do introductions, I just would like to share a little bit about this team. So we've got from operations to teaching and learning, human resources, our communications officer and executive assistant to the superintendent and the board secretary, Christine, who really we are the team that will be working most closely with you directly, week in and week out and month after month, as we engage in this really important work for our students. And so they are very much a part of our larger team here. And so I'm excited for you to get to know them better as well. So with that, Gary, if we could start with you, introduce yourself and your role, and then we'll move on down the line.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Cordy. My name's excuse me, Gary Bennett, and I'm the assistant superintendent. And in my role, it's most things teaching and learning, curriculum and instruction, things of that nature is what I do for the district.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Rose. I'm the Chief Operations Officer. So I have information technology, facilities and custodial services, the budget, and transportation within my realm. And I'm also a parent of 2 kids that go to this district. So.
I'm Christine Andrig, and as Dr. Cordy mentioned, I'm the executive assistant to the superintendent. I am also the public information officer and the board secretary. So I deal with communications, logistics, particularly in support of you as our board. So every last detail of the meetings, preparation, record keeping, all of that kind of falls under my umbrella.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back to Director Hecker.
Okay, and I will actually turn it over to our colleagues at OSBA, who are going to spend the next 4 hours with us. So I'll let you.
Hi there. So Superintendent Cordy, exec team, and the Sherwood board, thank you for having us here. It's really an honor to be here on your inaugural meeting. You're starting the school year. It's really, really exciting. So, superintendent asked us to come and provide, just a nuts and bolts basic training to help you guys get your year started off, get off to a really good start. And we have a really great opportunity today because we have an attorney with us. So I'll introduce myself very quickly. I'm excited. You can tell I love what I get to do. So a little bit about me. I started with OSBA on April 1st, 2020. I got offered this. So if you've ever been to the local government center in Salem, it's this building, and if you look to the west, it looks at the Salem skyline. And I was offered this gorgeous office with this big window. I could see the Golden Pioneer at the top of the rotunda. I have not worked a day in that office. So, but and this is literally the 4th training that I've done in the field. We have just returning to the field, and it's just so good to be face to face with people. Before I started working with OSBA, I worked at Oregon State University. I did social demography for the OSU Extension Service. I got to travel all over the state supporting local government folks, mostly municipalities, sometimes county government, doing strategic planning is really the work that I did there. I also did program planning with OSU Extension, targeting those services to where the need was the greatest. But the reason that I'm standing before you today is because in 2013, I was elected to the Corvallis School Board. And over the intervening 8 years, I got the school board bug. And so when the opportunity to work with OSBA came up, I took it. And now I get to do school board all day, every day. And it's just great. I love what I do, because what you're doing is one of the most important things we have in our community. You are the front line of democracy. And so thank you for all that you do for kids and all that you're going to do for kids in your tenure while you're on school board. So I talked about myself. Cal, why don't you introduce yourself, and then I'll come back.
Sure. Well, hello, I'm Callan Sterling. I am an attorney with the Oregon School Boards Association, and I also provide PACE legal services. And who's heard of PACE? Raise your hands. Okay, so certainly the executive team. I will go into a little bit about what PACE is and why it might sound familiar. I joined OSBA originally in 2017. I left briefly to go into private practice. I thought, oh, let me give that a shot. And I quickly found myself wanting to go back to OSBA because it's such a great organization and it gives me the opportunity to do these types of trainings and to have this type of interaction. And after 2 years, being able to actually see faces and not names on computer screens, it is great. So I was very excited when Vince asked me to be part of the training today. And thank you for allowing me to be part of it and taking up the first bit. Did you have anything else to add? Or you want me to?
I was just going to give
Sure.
you an overview of the day, overview of our time really briefly. So program. Usually, oftentimes we'll start with the theory and the governance process and all that stuff. But because you have an opportunity to work with me a lot more easily than you can with a PACE attorney, we're going to kind of flip the program, and we're going to make sure that you get all the time you need to answer all the questions that you have, with Callan. Because this is a really great opportunity for you. So we're going to talk about nuts and bolts of all the legal stuff of being on a school board. And there's a lot of it, and there's a lot of detail. So we're going to take our time, go through that. And then after that, you're going to get me, and I have a gigantic slide deck. We are not going to get through all of it. That's okay. I can come back and we can finish up and then dive into topics that are important for this board and where you're heading. So that's kind of the overview for the day. And I'm going to turn it over to Callan, and she's going to take us on.
Okay, and just give me a sign if I'm not speaking right into it right there. So again, thank you for allowing me to kick off the presentation. It's a little deceiving because obviously Vince is presenting with me today, but I wasn't quite sure where I was going to go. I feel bad. I'm standing a little bit distance between us. I do want this to be an informal conversation, to the extent it can be. Obviously, I'm here to try to provide you with as much information as possible about your role as board members, from the legal perspective. So please feel free as we go through. If you have any questions, raise your hand, interrupt me. Happy to have that conversation, because again, I do want this to be a discussion. I also do plan on staying for the remainder of the presentation. So if you don't think of your question until after the fact, please feel free to catch me and we can talk. Well, I have said that I want this to be just, a regular conversation. There are certain topics that I want to make sure I hit today. This is not everything that you need to know as a board member. I think I could talk for 8 hours, and that might not be everything that you need to know as a board member. But these topics seem to be the hot topics, the hot questions that we get when I do receive questions from board members through the board chair or through the superintendent. I have to remember to do this both ways. And one of the first questions that I get from new board members is PACE. What is it? So a few people raised their hands. A few of them are on the board. Is anyone willing to tell me what they think PACE is? Come on, audience participation.
I will. Yes, it's your insurance.
Yes. I heard insurance, and that's correct. PACE is an insurance pool. So the Oregon School Boards Association and SDAO, which is the Special District Association of Oregon, and I have to read it because I can never remember exactly what it stands for, back in the, oh God, I think it was the 1980s or 1970s, don't quote me on that, they decided to get together and they formed the largest property and liability risk pool for educational institutions in the state. Currently, PACE has over 200 members. I think, and Vince, correct me if I'm not mistaken, but I think every school district in the state of Oregon is a member of PACE except for Portland Public and Salem Kaiser. So your district is a member of PACE. And what that means is that PACE provides your district with comprehensive property and casualty coverage. So what does that mean? If a lawsuit is filed against your district, if you have a school bus accident, if you have a student that trips and falls in the gym, if you have, we had a lawsuit filed recently where it was school graduation and grandma is walking to graduation and she trips in a pothole that was on school property. The lawsuit is filed, that goes to PACE, and if coverage is triggered, PACE then either handles that in-house or assigns outside counsel that they have contracted with. So as board members, you might be made aware that these things are happening, but you will probably have very little interaction with the actual lawsuit itself. And please do not ask me what is covered and what is not covered, because I am not allowed to make coverage determinations. I can tell you that in my role as a PACE attorney, I work to minimize your potential liability. So I help the district respond to BOLI complaints, EEOC complaints, complaints filed with OCR. Again, these are the types of complaints that you might not know are coming into your district. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But as a PACE attorney, I am often assigned to represent your district in that matter and hopefully get it dismissed. Question, yes.
Just because we've got folks that are potentially watching from home and don't always know the acronyms, if you could help say, you know, what BOLI is, okay. OCR, EEOC, it just, I think would then help so that we don't have folks going, what on earth is that?
Geez, okay.
Thank
I have
you.
to try to remember if I can, all the words in the title. So BOLI is the Bureau of Labor and Industries. EEOC is Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. OCR is the Office for Civil Rights. So I don't want to get into too much detail, but anytime there's an allegation that the district has engaged in an unlawful employment practice, so the district is discriminating against the employee in some way, those are the most type of common complaints that I would see come forward. I would assist in representing the district in those matters. But with that said, PACE provides a number of other important services and provides other resources to the district, which I think a lot of board members are unaware of, to be honest with you. Not only does PACE provide legal services, so certainly your superintendent, but probably any member of the executive team has the ability to reach out to a PACE attorney for advice on a variety of employment-related matters. We also have people in SDAO who partner with PACE that provide advice regarding risk management. So those are the people that go out and look at the playground. Is this playground safe? Is there any risk associated with it? Do we need to change anything? What's a best practice? Is there anything new that we need to put in here or change? What type of bark chips are being used? Should we use bark chips? That type of thing. These are people that are here as resources for your district to ensure that the district is creating the safest school environment, not only for staff members, but for students primarily. Claims, those are the people where if any type of complaint or lawsuit is filed, that usually gets sent on to me, and then I send it to claims, and they are the ones that make the determination whether coverage is triggered. So that to a certain is the extent of my knowledge regarding the PACE's workings. Dave Harvey is the PACE administrator. He's employee of the Oregon School Boards Association. If you have any specific questions about what PACE is, hey, tell me more about this, I would encourage you to contact him. The PACE website also has a great video that tries to answer the question, what is PACE? Which from occasion I watch from time to time. So I would encourage you to watch that as well if you have any other questions.
Sorry, what is the first name of
Dave,
Dave?
Dave Harvey, yes. His email is up on the screen right there. Are there any other questions before I move on? Yeah.
Is another name for this, is it general liability insurance essentially, or?
Yeah, it's comprehensive coverage. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So there's no difference between like a business with general liability insurance. This is just a general liability insurance that specializes in school districts.
Correct. I mean,
Okay.
it's an insurance pool specifically designed for school districts. Yeah. Any other insurance questions, which I would probably not be able to answer? Okay. Well, again, if you have any more specific questions, I do encourage you to reach out to Dave, or if you want to send your question through me, that's fine. So we are going to switch gears drastically and move on to ethics. I think out of all those topics that I had listed on the agenda, ethics is probably one of the most important ones, and probably one of the top topics we receive questions on from board members. So ethics. So when I say ethics as a board member, what do you think? What's the first thing that pops into your mind?
Probably conflicts of interest or
Conflicts of
things that we
interest.
shouldn't be involved in,
You're not new to the board, are you, though?
right? No.
So spoiler, you're spoiling it for me. So a lot of people, especially new board members, when I've done trainings with larger groups in the past, and I say, tell me what you think about ethics. They say, oh, that's easy. That means being an ethical person. That means treating people fairly. Simple, right? In fact, when I've asked people, is ethics simple? They're like, oh, yeah, I know what's going to be ethical and what's not going to be ethical. But that's not always the case, especially if you are a school board member. So Oregon has very specific ethics laws. And the Oregon legislature has decided that every public official is subject to Oregon ethics laws. And the reason I am talking extremely slowly as I go through this is because you are a public official. Any person who is serving the state of Oregon or any of its political subdivisions or any other public body as an elected official, regardless of whether that person is compensated or not, is considered a public official. So it's incredibly important for you to be aware the ethics provisions that you are subject to. And the reason, again, I'm emphasizing that and talking very slowly is that anybody can file an ethics complaint against a public official, and you can be held individually liable for that. I was talking about PACE insurance coverage. PACE does not cover ethics complaints. We are certainly here as a resource for you if there are any questions about, ooh, something happened, I don't know, do I need to do anything? I think I could be getting into some gray ethical territory. Always feel free to give us a call and we will help work that problem through with you. But it's incredibly important to know that you have a personal responsibility to know what ethics laws you are subject to and what those requirements are. I thought I saw a hand. Yeah.
I just wanted to write that statute down.
You know what? Actually, so yeah, arrow back. There we go. I didn't have it up above. Yeah, and if anyone wants the authority for anything that I say today or I have up on the screen, just let me know and I'd be happy to send it to you. I have to remember to keep this above the. So again, you stole my thunder, which is telling me conflict of interest and things like that. Normally when I say ethics, I'm asking new board members, they say, oh, that means don't lie, don't misrepresent, don't do those types of behaviors. But Oregon ethics laws actually don't prohibit that type of conduct and conduct along those lines that a reasonable, normal person walking down the street might consider unethical if you were to ask them. For example, ethics law does not actually straight out prohibit lying. cheating or misrepresenting. I will say that there might be other laws that prohibit that you are required to comply with, but they are not covered by Oregon's ethics laws. To be honest with you, and it's kind of a giveaway by what's on the screen, most of ethics laws, the provisions that are in place deal with money. The main goal of Oregon's ethics law is to prohibit public officials from using their position to obtain access to additional benefits, both for themselves or for members of their family, or in some cases, members of their household because of their position. And to ensure that this does not happen, the Oregon Government and Ethics Commission, which hears ethics complaints and oversees it, has enacted a number of very specific rules that are designed to prevent this from happening. And these are the rules, again, that you have a personal responsibility to know and comply with. So, but I'm not going to leave it there. I'm going to go through what those rules are as the important ones that apply to you as school board members. And again, I do want to emphasize that I am here as a resource for you. So I could do an 8-hour presentation on ethics. No one probably wants to sit through that, and I probably don't want to give an 8-hour presentation on ethics. What I go over today is going to be a general overview, things that hopefully, if it comes up as you are serving as a school board member, something in the back of your mind will go, oh, that's an ethics issue. I should look into that, or I should give PACE a call. So the first provision that we're going to look at, which you identified, was probably one of the top ones that applies to public officials when you are engaging in official actions. And that is your requirement to disclose if you have a conflict of interest and the nature of that conflict of interest. And when we're talking about conflict of interest, important thing to know is there are actually two different types of conflict of interest, potential and actual. And a potential conflict of interest is defined as a public official, if they're taking an action that could financially impact him or her, a relative, or a business involving the public official or relative. So emphasis on the word could have a financial impact on them. An actual conflict of interest, as you would imagine, means that it would have a financial impact on them, you as a public official, a relative of yours, or a business involving you, a relative, or in some cases, a member of your household. Does anyone have any questions just about those two definitions? Okay. So normally, if you're thinking, okay, do I have an actual conflict of interest, or do I have a potential conflict of interest? It's very easy to identify it if it's yourself as the public official. But when it comes to conflict of interest, it also applies if it could have a financial impact to a relative of yours. And relative is defined very, very broadly. It's actually, can't tell you the year, but it was expanded. So who is a relative? A relative would be your spouse, a parent, step-parent, a child, a sibling of yours, a step-sibling, son or daughter-in-law of yours. It also applies to any of these, but of your spouses. So your spouse's parents, spouse's step-parents, spouse's children, step-sibling, son, daughter, etc. I'm not going to read through all of these on the list. They are up here for you, and I would be happy to make this slide deck available so you have it as a reference. But just to keep in mind that when most people think about relative, they think, oh, my spouse, my children, maybe my parents. But Oregon law has a very broad definition of relative for the purposes of Oregon's ethics law. So we're going to go through a few hypotheticals. I won't call on anyone in particular, but show of hands would be nice. I feel lonely standing up here all by myself. So is there a conflict of interest? You as a board are developing a request for proposals for a school roof repair. Your relative owns a roofing business that will probably submit a bid. Do you have a conflict of interest? Show of hands. Yes? Yeah, yes. I kind of gave it away by saying relative. I could have been trickier and put in like step, siblings, cousin, whatever. But for the purposes of this example, yes, you do have a conflict of interest. What type of conflict of interest? potential. We have potential or we have the actual. So who said potential? Okay, that's correct. You have a potential conflict of interest. Because remember, potential conflict of interest is defined as a public official who takes an official action that could financially impact them, a relative, or a business involving the public official or a relative. And in this case, you have, let's see if I can go back, a relative who owns a roofing business that will probably submit a bid. They don't know if they will. You know, putting in a RFP, a request for proposals, it's a lot of work. I used to work as a county attorney, so I can tell you it's a lot of work. So you don't know. So it's a potential conflict of interest. Okay. What about, if I can get this to work? Yeah.
So in that particular case, if there was a potential conflict of interest, and let's say there, could you as a board member excuse yourself from being a part of any of that decision so that you avoid the conflict of interest then?
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely. And I'm going to go over what you are required to do and what I recommend you do if you have an actual or potential conflict of interest. So moving on to our next sneaky hypothetical here. You as a board, you're voting on whether to approve a contract with a roofing company. Your spouse owns the roofing company. Do you have a conflict of interest? Yes, you do. Is it an actual or is it a potential conflict of interest? Actual conflict of interest, yeah. That is correct, because in this case, what you would be doing is voting to approve the contract. You know it's going to probably go to your spouse's roofing company. In that case, it would have a financial impact on your relative, and a spouse is defined as a relative. So moving on to your question, what happens if I have a conflict of interest? You have an obligation, regardless of whether it's potential or actual, to disclose publicly the nature of the conflict of interest. So does anyone watch The Office? Where he goes in and says, I declare bankruptcy. Don't exactly have to do that with that much gusto, but you would need to say, I have a conflict of interest. It is, you would say potential or actual, depending on what it is. And you would state the nature of it. I have a potential conflict of interest because I have a relative who may be submitting a bid, and we're going to be considering those bids for a new roof for the school, would be an example of that. If you have a potential conflict of interest following your public announcement, you still may participate in the official action on the issue that gave rise to the conflict of interest. I will tell you that if you're a board member and you were to give me a call and you said, hey, I have this potential conflict of interest, it's, guess what, the exact same one you went over in your hypothetical, it's potential. If I announce it, can I still participate? I'll probably ask you, well, are you going to have a quorum of board members where if you don't participate, the board still be able to take action? And if your answer to that is yes, I would probably still advise you to refrain from engaging in any discussion or vote, just as a best practice. Sometimes, depending upon how the conversation goes, that potential conflict of interest can move over to an actual conflict of interest very easily. It can be a gray area. So my best practice tip, if possible, if you say I have a potential conflict of interest, if you can, just refrain from engaging in any discussion, debate, and voting on that issue. If you have an actual conflict of interest, after you make your public announcement, you must actually refrain from further participation in the official action on the issue that gave rise to the conflict of interest. So you don't have the option in this case. You must declare your conflict, the nature of it, and then step back and say, I'm going to go for a walk really quick. There is an exception to this. If there are not enough board members present who can take action, and it can't be due to absences. If you have so many other board members in the room who all have actual conflicts of interest, that if everyone refrained from participating, you wouldn't be able to take action on that item, you can then participate. You cannot discuss, but you can vote, which might mean there could be one board member who can discuss with themselves and then everybody else can vote on the issue. But again, I would say while this is an exception to the general rule, I strongly do not recommend it as a best practice. If possible, if that were to happen, I would say, you know what? Why don't we wait until the next meeting? Maybe things will change. Maybe we won't have the conflict of interest. It's certainly a situation where I would encourage you to give either someone at PACE a call, me, or your in-house counsel, or Vince. Give Vince a call. I keep saying I'm a resource. Vince is our board development specialist guru, and we talk frequently. So again, he is also here as a resource for you. Okay, are there any questions on that?
You may be covering this in the next slide, but if you had an actual conflict of interest, and are you doing that? Okay.
No, that's just
Okay.
moving on.
Where there, I mean, it seems like if there was financial gain, then that's still not acceptable. Even if you said you have a conflict of interest. If my husband won a roofing bid for Sherwood School District, that's a no, because that's financial gain. Would that be the case?
Correct. That would be an actual conflict of interest. You would normally not be, as a general rule, would not be permitted to participate in that discussion or that vote.
But he couldn't even get the job. I mean, because then that'd be financial gain for both of us. So wouldn't that trump, I mean, the whole thing?
He could get the job. He could
Really?
get the job. You just
Okay.
couldn't participate in the conversation or the
Interesting.
debate that got him the job.
Interesting. Okay. I still wouldn't, it's too risky, but anyway, thanks.
Well, yeah, no, it could be, you know, a decision that you can make as a board member of, you know, I just kind of feels a little iffy if the community knows that, you know, my spouse got a contract with the school. So there are certain additional exceptions that apply if you have an actual or potential, or if you do an initial analysis in your head and you think, oh, geez, I have a child who works as a teacher in the school, as an example. And as a board, we are responsible on voting on the collective bargaining agreement under which they are a part of. And oh God, you know what? We gave them a great COLA this year. It was a good year, good step increase. That's going to have a financial impact on a relative of mine. Do I need to refrain from discussing and voting in that board action? What do you guys think? Would you have an actual or potential conflict of interest? Saying a lot of no. You would, but there is an exception for it. Yes, yeah. So there are a number of exceptions that apply that allow you to participate in the action, even if upon that initial analysis you think, oh, I think I do have an actual or potential conflict of interest. The first one up on your screen doesn't really apply to board members, but I will let you know what it is anyway. It arises from membership interest in a particular business occupation, and that membership is a prerequisite for holding that public official position. So as a board member, you don't need to have any special licensing. So this applies more to like medical boards. So if you're part of a medical board, typically you have to have a medical license. You might be voting on something that has financial impact on you or a relative of yours, member of household, etc. Because having a medical license is a prereq to being on that board, even though under a normal analysis, you could not participate, you can because the exception applies. The second one up here is the one most often seen by school boards, and that's the example with the collective bargaining agreement I just discussed with you. If the financial impact of the official action would impact the public official relative or business of the public official to the same degree as other members of an identifiable group or class, even if you were to conduct your initial analysis and say, oh, geez, wait, no, that could be an actual or potential conflict of interest, you can take action in that matter. And that is because even though, yes, it is impacting your relative, your child, if they're a member of that collective bargaining agreement, and you're voting on their contract and you're giving them a great COLA, but they're a member of a class. They're a member of a union that includes, some cases, not too many more people, but more often than not, a number of other people. So you're not just giving that benefit to your relative, it's to the class. The final exception where you're permitted to participate is if the conflict of interest arises from an unpaid position as an officer or member in a nonprofit that is tax exempt. So an example of this would be deciding what, say you had the ability to give funds to some nonprofit organization, and you happen to serve as some type of officer in one of those nonprofits that the board is considering. If you are in an unpaid position in that nonprofit, you are allowed to participate in that conversation and discuss and vote as to where those funds should go, even if the vote could be towards the nonprofit that you are maybe an officer in or a member of the board of. Again, in that case, as a best practice, I would still recommend you recuse yourself, but it is an exception to this. Are there any questions before I move on? No? Okay. Nepotism. Who knows what nepotism is? Who wants to tell me what it is? No, I gave a presentation that talked about ethics briefly and what about nepotism, and I had to look it up. I'm like, yeah, I feel like I know what it is when I see it, but I don't know the exact language for it. So it's the idea of using your position, could be of power, but using your position to favor a relative or a member of your household somehow. We don't see this actually a lot with board members. This issue tends to arise more with district officials who are maybe serving on a hiring committee. I mean, that might be you as a board member, but more often than not, it would it's a district administrator who's on a hiring committee, or they're serving in some type of supervisory role. And the question we usually get is, oh, geez, I'm related to this person. Can I supervise them and can we work together? So the answer to that question is yes, but I'm not going to go into that part of that today. But as a board member, you could find yourself in a position where this issue comes up. So it is important to be aware of this ethics law provision. Oh, apologize. I stole this slide from somebody else who really likes animation. And I'm just going to put it all up because I think it's easier. Is that the last one? There we go. Okay. So under Oregon ethics law, you are not permitted to participate in the interview or any type of discussion or debate related to the appointment, the employment, the promotion, the discharge or termination, or the demotion of any one of your relatives, under the definition we saw before, or a member of your household. And a member of your household is defined as any person who resides with you as a public official, or if you're a candidate. So if you're running for the school board, for whatever reason you found yourself in this type of position, you would not be able to participate in that interview, discussion, or debate. You can serve as a reference for that person. You can provide letters of recommendation and other ministerial acts of employment, which mostly would relate to the board secretary. You also cannot directly supervise any paid relative of yours or member of your household. So again, we don't see nepotism come up a lot with school board members, but doesn't mean it couldn't happen. So it's something important to be aware of. Any questions on that? I only had one slide on nepotism, so. No? Okay. Gifts. Everyone likes gifts. Every now and again, board members are offered gifts, sometimes in the form of gift cards, sometimes in the form of mugs. I don't know. Come to our summer board conference. Do we give out mugs anymore? Hope so. Oh, that's right. You haven't been to our summer board conference. So Oregon's ethics law has established restrictions on the value of gifts that can be accepted by a public official. And to determine what that value is, the first thing you need to decide is if what is being offered to you is in fact a gift. And a gift shorthand rule is going to be anything that has economic value, basically. But it's officially defined as something of economic value that is offered to a public official or candidate or to a relatives or members of the household of the public official or candidate without cost or at a discount or as a forgiven debt. And the offer is not made or available to members of the general public who are not public officials, candidates, or their relatives or household members on the same terms and conditions. So again, there are restrictions on the value of gifts that can be accepted by a public official. If the source of the gift has a legislative or an administrative interest in the decisions or votes that the public official has the ability to make when they're acting in their capacity as a public official. So legislative or administrative interest. So determining whether the person that is giving you the gift or offering you the gift has a legislative or administrative interest can be a somewhat complex analysis. So I don't necessarily like describing it this way, but this is the way that people seem to understand the best. Think of it as an incentive. I don't want to say bribe, but I am going to use the word bribe. An incentive is the best word. Hey, I know you're deciding on what roofing company to use, for this great lucrative contract for, all the roofs in the entire district. Hey, can I give you this right here? Wink, wink, nod, nod. The person who is offering you, whatever that might be, has a legislative or administrative interest. Now, that doesn't mean you can't accept a gift from them, but you are limited in terms of the value of the gift that you can accept. If the person giving you a gift has a legislative or administrative interest, you can only accept $50 over the course of the year, the fiscal year. So there is a limit to it. There are certain things that can be offered as a gift that if it qualifies, if it's a specific type of gift, there is no limit to the value for you to accept it. So campaign contributions is an example of that. Gifts from members of the same household. So if you're a school board member and you have a sibling who lives in the community and their kids maybe go to the school and they want to give you a check for the holidays, don't worry. There is no limit to the gift. You can tell them there's no limit to the amount in the check that you can write to me. Don't worry. Even though you might have an interest, an administrative or legislative interest in a decision I might be making. Just blank check, please. Publications related to the public official's duties, not as common of an exception to apply for school boards. So if there was a Oregon School Boards Association subscription that someone offered to you where you can have access to our weekly amazing, because it would be, newsletter. Even if it was over $50, doesn't matter. You could accept that as a gift. Food and beverage when you're acting in your official capacity. So if you were to go to a conference or travel, if someone were to say, hey, here's a meal, no limit to the value. You can accept it and ask for that steak dinner. Any questions before I move on? No? Okay. I wish gifts were offered to board members more frequently than they are. Wish I could tell you that. Okay. And finally, but I think this is the most important one, this is what I call the catch-all provision. So under Oregon law, public officials are prohibited from using or attempting to use their position as a public official to obtain a financial benefit or avoid a financial detriment. And that seems to jive with everything we've been talking about, but sometimes the ethical issue that you're being presented with isn't clearly a conflict of interest. It's not obvious that you could have a financial impact because of a decision that you could make. Someone's not going to walk up to you and be so obvious with, hey, if you vote to give my company the roofing contract, I'll give you $200. It's not always that clear. So this provision sets forth a great test called the but-for test. So whenever you find yourself in a position where you think, ooh, I don't know, this just doesn't feel right. This feels like this is unethical. I don't know. You can ask yourself, but for your position as a public official, you would not have the opportunity to obtain this financial benefit or avoid this financial detriment. If the answer to that question is, yeah, if it wasn't for my position, I couldn't, get this money or would be avoiding this financial detriment, then that is probably an ethics violation. And if that happens to you, I would encourage you to reach out to me at PACE, reach out to Vince, and we can talk through it and see if any exceptions apply, if yes, in fact, this is an ethics violation. Just common exceptions or examples of when we see this. So as a county attorney, actually, and in my role now, I'm a public official. I am not permitted, actually in my role as a county attorney, I was a public official. So when I would be sent to conferences, oftentimes they were paid for by my employer. And I would be very tempted, not for unethical reasons, but I'd want to put in my info to get hotel points. Not permitted to do that. Frequent flyer miles. If the school decides to send you to the National School Board Association conference, and I think it's going to be held in, I don't know, Las Vegas, that would be fun. Even though they're paying for it, you might have the opportunity to put in your frequent flyer miles. You're not permitted to do that because, but for your position as a school board member, you would not be in a position to obtain this type of financial benefit, and frequent flyer miles can get you a ticket. Credit card points is another one. Use of school vendor accounts. Might not even think about it. Discounts at places. If you go, I don't know if Office Depot does this or not, they might ask you, oh, are you a school employee or official? Yeah, yes, I am. I'd love my, 5% off or whatever it might be. Not permitted to do that. Use of school equipment. I had a question come into me recently. It was a school board member. Honest question. Didn't think, oh, I'm trying to be unethical about this, but my computer broke and I have no way to access the agenda. Board secretary called me. Can I loan a computer that's usually only intended for teachers and students to the board members so they can access the agenda? I asked them, do you have a policy in place for that? No, but the board member needs it. No, can't do it. Because but for that individual's position as a school board member, they wouldn't otherwise be in the position to obtain that type of benefit. Any questions? No? Okay. So why am I talking very slowly as we go through ethics? And I keep asking if there's any questions. So as I mentioned at the beginning, the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, OGEC, they are the agency that enforces all of Oregon's ethics laws. And any member of the community can file a complaint against a public official. If a complaint is filed, it goes to the OGEC and they will investigate. Doesn't matter. They don't have the discretion. They don't have the discretion to say, no, the face of this, I don't think it's an ethics violation. They will investigate. It might be a short investigation, but they are going to investigate. And if they make a finding that, yes, a violation occurred, sanctions can be monetary, and the board member who is named in that complaint, or multiple board members, are personally responsible for that fine. So again, going back to PACE coverage, PACE does not cover ethics complaints, which means that if you as an individual board member receive an ethics complaint, you are responsible for responding to that. And if a fine is issued, you are personally responsible for paying that. So again, I encourage you to use Vince, I'll throw him out there, as a resource if there are any questions. And if you feel free to have your board chair or through your superintendent reach out to PACE Legal. We are always happy to provide resources. If there are any questions, we are always happy to answer them. There truly is no such thing as, I don't want to say stupid question, as a ridiculous question. I got a call this morning and all the person wanted to do was bounce an idea off me, talk through the situation. They said, I don't think I have a question, but does this make sense? And I just listened on the other end of the phone and said, yeah, that makes sense. And that was the gist of our conversation. So we are always available for that. Has anyone seen this document before? Great document. I think they just revised it back in April, actually. This is the Oregon Government Ethics Law Guide for Public Officials. This is about a 50-page document that the OGEC has put out. It puts all of the ethics laws into one document, and it summarizes them in a way that makes them understandable. So if I'm talking today and you're like, I have no idea what she's saying, read this. Read this document. It also includes some frequently asked questions. I defer to it a lot. I have it bookmarked on my computer. I have the link here. Again, I'm happy to send it to you. I'm happy to write it down while I'm here. But yeah, have a hard copy in your binder. So that is ethics. Before we move on to the complaint procedure and the board's role, are there any questions? Yep. Sure.
So it's back to gifts. And so, board members, when we're doing our job, we're out meeting with our other fellow elected officials, maybe executive director and nonprofits. Goodness knows we have a lot of partnerships in the community. And sometimes we meet over lunch. And in fact, this happened to me last week. I met with one of my county commissioners. Now in Benton County, we're very scrupulous. Even though we're all pretty friendly, we'd love to buy each other lunch, but we have this strict rule. We never, ever buy each other lunch because we're trying to avoid an ethics violation. So if we did that, if I bought my county commissioner lunch or she bought me lunch, would that be an ethics violation?
So you're having the lunch in your official capacity?
If I wouldn't be meeting with her, but for
you're on the school board. I wouldn't. I'd pony up for the lunch. I'd pony up for the lunch. I'd pay for the lunch. I think that, as Vince's question has demonstrated, ethics gifts, things that you don't normally think twice about, can enter gray territory very quickly with ethics law. And, it doesn't always come down to, yes, looking at the legal statute, this would be a clear ethics provision. To a certain extent, it also comes down to what would it look like? If I was a member of the community, even if your husband was to submit or was interested in submitting a bid for a roofing contract, to bring it back to the example from earlier, and you were to declare your conflict of interest and refrain from participating, what would it look like if you did submit a bid and win? So these are additional considerations as board members that you need to be aware of. We have found in the last year that community members are becoming more vocal with their local governing bodies, which includes school boards. So just additional considerations.
So just to clarify, so if one of us were to go to lunch with a city council member, just best to go Dutch?
Yeah.
Okay,
That would be my recommendation.
good. Always done it that way.
Did you have a question?
I did. So say I recognize that there might be a potential or an actual conflict of interest.
Mhm.
It says that we must publicly disclose that. So what would be the next steps? What does that look like?
So I'm going to mention it briefly later. As a board, you can only take official action in a public meeting, except for one limited situation. And so you might deliberate an executive session on a matter, you might deliberate, but more often than not, you're going to have an open discussion from the very beginning. If you're discussing a roofing contract, there is no executive session provision that allows you to discuss that in a closed session. So if you knew that was going to be on the agenda, when that agenda item came up, you would just say, you know what, Chair, I have to disclose potential or an actual conflict of interest. It is related to this agenda item. I'm going to refrain from participating in discussion and voting on anything related to this item. Okay. Any other questions? I see a kind of hand.
Yeah, sorry,
Sure.
I don't really have a question, but I just want to commend to my fellow board members. The Oregon Government Ethics Commission website is
Mhm.
outstanding.
That's good.
They have really great training materials. In my private life, I'm required to file reports quarterly with them as a lobbyist with the state, have for decades. But their materials are really great. They're easy to understand, and they've got great training materials. So going and reviewing that document is really worthwhile because the rules are contradictory and confusing, and they have come to be over time as a result of political compromise. So they aren't clear, and it's not their fault. But that is why using them as a resource and using PACE as a resource is so important, so that you don't get that part wrong.
I will also say they can be very good at responding to hypothetical questions. So if you ever want to contact them and say, you know, I was reading this, or hypothetically say if this were to happen, they're also a great resource. If they can't tell you the answer, they'll say, I can't tell you that answer. But that doesn't hurt anything to try to ask. Okay. So with that, we are going to move on to the complaint procedure and the board's role. So hearing complaints can be one of the most important responsibilities of a board. But that doesn't mean that you are going to hear every single complaint. In fact, as I'm going to talk about as we go through this, the hope is that you will never hear any complaint. Because ideally, if any type of complaint or concern is brought forward, it follows the proper process and is resolved at the most informal level possible. And that's because as a board, which again, I guess I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here, you are usually the last step in that process. Usually it's gone through trying to resolve it informally. Just parent has a problem with the teacher, they go to that teacher. Still have a problem, maybe they go to that person's supervisor, could be the principal. Still don't like the outcome, goes to the superintendent. Superintendent, you know, makes their decision, person still doesn't like it, then it goes to the board. And that process is in place for a reason, because again, we want to resolve disputes at the most informal level possible. So I probably just jumped ahead of myself a little bit, but we're going to talk a little more about that. So if your district has adopted OSBA's model policies, which I can tell you have, these are all of the policies through which a complaint can reach you. Do any of these look familiar? The KL, the GBM? Has anyone looked at, who's looked at your district's policies? Yeah, I would encourage you to go peruse your district policies, just to get an idea. So the most common one, the most common way you're going to see a complaint is hopefully just going to be through KL. And then the AR is the corresponding administrative procedure. These other ones have steps, but again, it's going to be step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. And again, it's going to be trying to resolve it at the most informal level possible. I was trying to make a point there, but I didn't quite time it right. Even with your KL, your district has decided, like majority, if not all districts, to have a procedure in place that follows your other policies. So if you as a board member receive a complaint from a community member, you might think, oh, we get to hear a complaint. Let me bring it to the board chair. Let's schedule a board meeting. Can we do an executive session? I want to vote. Let's do it. No, you want to defer to your policy. And the first thing you want to look at is who is the proper person to be receiving this complaint. Because again, back of your mind, I'm going to keep saying it. You want to resolve the complaint at the most informal level possible, if possible. There's a procedure in place if that's not the case. But you want to start at the beginning and follow the proper procedure. So if you're a board member, you receive a complaint, first thing you're going to do is you're going to look at your policy, say who's the person that should be receiving this. Hey, community member, God, you know, I'm sorry you don't like your kid's teacher, but I'm not the right person right now to hear this complaint. According to our district's complaint policy, KL, as a community member, you fall under this. You need to go talk to that teacher first. See if you can resolve it informally. See if you can work it out. If not, our district has a complaint procedure in place that we can follow. If that person goes and they talk to the teacher, maybe they don't like the resolution. Under your policy, it would go to the principal or that employee supervisor after that. If they still don't like the resolution, then it goes to the superintendent or the superintendent's designee. If they still don't like the resolution, then it goes to the board. And even then, under your complaint procedure, KL, you have the discretion to hear the complaint. It's another thing you want to look at with all those policies that I had up before under which a complaint could reach you. Under some of those, if the complaint does get to you after going through the proper process, you have the option to decide whether to hear the complaint or not. In some cases, you're required, but other times it's discretionary. If you do choose to hear that complaint, your decision is really going to be between deciding whether to uphold, most often the superintendent's decision, or to remand it to that individual, your superintendent, for reconsideration. If you choose not to hear the complaint, then your superintendent's decision is going to be final. When deciding whether to hear a complaint, if you have the discretion and you're deciding, is this the type of complaint we want to hear or not, I recommend following your past practice. You always want to act consistently. So if a complaint comes to you and you have the discretion to decide, but it's similar to a past complaint that you've heard before, and you've decided to hold a hearing for, you want to hear that complaint in that situation. Any questions about that? Yeah.
This could be a ridiculous question.
No.
So I'm assuming that all board members would be made aware of it, and the board would decide together whether or not to hear or not to hear that complaint.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. If you're a board member and your neighbor who's a community member knows you're a board member and they come to you and they say, hey, I got a complaint. Look, I fill out the form and everything. I'm going to give this to you. You would give that to the board chair, and the board chair would then distribute it to the other board members. So, and I would hope
after the other steps have been followed. Originally, you would direct them to the.
Yes, the board chair would be, assuming that there are very few instances where a complaint is going to go directly to the board. If a complaint is brought against the superintendent, you're already at the top of that process. So it's going to go directly to the board. Board chair would be the proper person to receive that complaint. If there's a complaint about any board member, the board chair would receive that complaint. You always want to defer to your policy though. Districts do have the ability to modify their procedure. So I pulled up your KL policy. Other districts' policies might differ slightly, so always defer to your policy. If the board chair has any questions about, oh my goodness, what do I do with this complaint? Who should I send it to? Give Vince a call, give me a call, and I pull up your policy and we can talk through it.
So
Okay.
just a quick point of clarification. So if that comes before the board, executive session, or is that public?
Depends on the matter.
Okay. Because I think in our cases, almost every time it would be public. And it's rare, but oftentimes people choose not to do that because it is public.
Yeah, more often than not, if a complaint comes in through KL, unless it falls under one of the exceptions provided under Oregon law that allows you to go into closed session, it's going to be public. And a lot of people, like you said, once they hear that, they're like, nope, no, thank you. I just wanted to write an angry email.
What if it's about, though, if it's about staff, wouldn't that fall under executive because it's about a particular individual?
So
for their protection as well, or for their confidentiality as well?
So it would depend on the nature of the complaint, but there is an executive session provision that allows you to meet in closed session to hear complaints against employees. But it just depends on the specifics of the nature of that complaint.
So I really appreciate this. Can you talk to us a little bit about the challenges if we ever deviate from our policy? What kind of risk that puts us at if we decide to deviate or not follow our policy? Why is that so important?
So if you were to deviate from your policy, not follow the proper procedure, getting another
And I want to just explain, I'm cognizant that it's not just the five of us that are receiving this training, it's the public as well. And so I think sometimes when we hear from the public or we have concerns or people are like, well, why do we have to follow the policy? We follow the policy for all of the reasons that we're just being told. And I think it's helpful for us to be able to share that with the community so that we don't get sued, we don't get another complaint, we don't trip over ourselves.
And just as a point of reference, in the years that I've been on the board, we've had a couple opportunities for complaints to come in front of us, and we've never said that we wouldn't hear them. So our past procedure has been to always be willing to hear a complaint if it goes to that level. Although I can't think of too many times where it's actually come to fruition, but we don't generally deny a complaint if it's gotten to that.
And generally they haven't been through KL, which has been, I think, a huge, I want to acknowledge that that's because our staff does a good job of trying to resolve them at the lowest level, the most informal way possible. And so that's, I think, a culture that we've developed here is that we don't ignore so that things don't get to our level. But because there are more than one mechanism for complaints to get to us, there have been a couple of times where we've gotten close to that.
Any other questions? Move on here. I feel like I have to aim it like right at it. So if a complaint does reach the board, step 4, and you as a board decide that you do want to hear it, we do have some best practices that we recommend for actually holding the board procedure. And I'm going to go through these pretty quickly because it is very specific to the nature of the complaint. But there are really 3 parts to consider when you're thinking about hearing a complaint as a board: before the hearing, during the hearing, and after the hearing. And as I go through these, I will also say that these are just general best practices. You always want to defer to any policy you have in place that sets the procedure, or to your past practice. Another thing I'll say as I go through this is when if you're a board and you decide to hear a complaint, I'm primarily going to be working, assuming the board chair reaches out to me, primarily be working with the board chair. So you're the board chair, right? You haven't voted your board chair. So whoever the board chair is, you will be the lucky person that will be working with me. And that's kind of goes to a bigger issue of communication. With PACE, as your district is a member of PACE, you do have the ability to reach out to PACE Legal, to board development with questions. But just to make sure there's a consistent message that is being sent, we do ask that questions, if it either goes through the board chair or through your superintendent. I work closely with a lot of superintendents and other members, I guess, would be of the executive team, HR officials, business office managers, board secretaries. They are usually the ones that are in the best position to get the question to me quickly, kind of really identify, okay, this is what the board members really need to know. Like, this is what their question is. I got questions from 3 of them. Hey, can you give me something I can distribute to them? They're a good point person to work with. So if you're not the board chair, but you're on the board and you have a question, go to your board chair. They can get the question to PACE or to Vince in our board development, or go to your superintendent as well. So before the hearing, through usually either the board chair or the board secretary is usually the one to send this out. You will want to provide a written letter to the person who is requesting the hearing, outlining, and you're going to want to outline the hearing process that you've decided to follow. If there are documents that are involved in this complaint or concern that has reached you, you want to make sure that members of the board have enough time to review all of the documents. And when you're thinking about holding your hearing, which more often than not is going to be an open session, you want to make sure, or even if it's in closed session, you want to make sure you're complying with all of your notice requirements that you're subject to with your meetings. During the hearing itself, the board chair should start by reading the ground rules. I call them the ground rules, and explaining the process again. Of late, I've even recommended including these ground rules to all of the parties that are going to be present for the hearing. This is usually very common sense things. Everyone, let's be respectful of each other. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to start by reading the ground rules. Then you will have 5 minutes to talk. Then you will have 5 minutes to talk, making it very clear to all of the participants the procedure so that there are no questions, no objections, things like that. Board members should make sure that they have all of the relevant documents with them so that they don't need to postpone or reschedule. And they need to let each other speak. Oftentimes, they want to have their moment on a soapbox and they want to interrupt each other. Again, this kind of goes back to the ground rules. You want to be very clear. You will have 5 minutes to speak. You will have 5 minutes to speak. Everyone will be respectful of each other. One of the biggest tips that I've been giving to board chairs recently with some of the meetings that have been occurring is that if parties are being disrespectful to each other or are repeatedly violating rules that you are putting in place, provided they are legal rules that you are putting in place, nothing wrong with saying, you know, we're going to take a break. Point of order. I don't know if you're going to talk about that today. Yeah, like everyone, we're going to cool off. Also, nothing wrong with saying, you know what, we're going to end this hearing right now because, you know, no one's complying with the rules that we've set forth. So we're going to adjourn. We'll try this again later. Nothing wrong with doing that. After the hearing, if it occurred or if it is occurring in executive session, the board can excuse all non-board members, so all of the participants, and you can deliberate in executive session. If the hearing is occurring in open session, you're going to deliberate in open session, which again is why oftentimes when people find out the board is hearing their complaint in open session, they say, no, I'm good. All of a sudden, I'm fine with whatever decision was recently made. And then you are going to vote, except for very limited situations. You are required to always vote in open session. And then you need to designate one board member, sometimes it's also the board secretary who finalizes it, to draft the board's decision in writing, and you want to provide it to all parties. So that was just a very quick run through of complaint procedure and the board's role. Are there any questions?
One of the things that I was thinking about when I thought about the few times that we've prepared for a hearing, whether or not they actually happened because of people's choices about not wanting to take the next step or not, regardless of that. One of the things that has always been really consistent is that the superintendent and the board chair work really, really closely together on preparing those documents, and then the board chair sharing out with board members, gathering questions so that we can be really efficient in how to have the conversation with our legal counsel. But something that's been really helpful is that partnership, and then how to keep the rest of the board members in really close, in the loop, if you will, really closely and tightly all along throughout the process. So just wanted to add that just as a reflection point about what that's looked like in the past.
Yeah, and one thing I will add on this is that if the board is hearing an appeal, maybe it's from the superintendent. Superintendent, you made a decision and it goes to the board. It can be more often than not on a type of matter that has a long history. It's an employee matter that, it did originate between two staff members or maybe a community member or staff member trying to work it out informally, and they weren't able to do so. Then it went up to the principal. And then a lot of things were going on behind the scenes with HR trying to work it out, and it doesn't. Then it goes up to the superintendent. Superintendent, maybe you conduct your own investigation and issue a written determination, and then it's appealed. And as a board, you decide to hear it. There's a long history to a lot of these complaints. And I cannot tell you legally what to consider and what not to consider, but as a best practice, it's just important to keep in mind that there is a history to this. Sometimes it involves very complex issues involving employees that the superintendent and others who have dealt with the complaint up to that point have been trained to respond to. So normally as a board, what you're looking at is just obvious red flags. Like, oh my goodness, you mean this complaint was brought and no one ever talked to you about it? That would be an example. Following the proper process. Was the process followed? One thing that I tell boards when they are deliberating is if it's coming not to replace the superintendent or any prior administrator's reasoning with your own. The main things you're looking for are procedural regularities or clear red flags indicating some type of bias or conflict of interest or failure to comply with either your policy or with legal requirements. Yep.
Can you talk about what we should do as board members? There was a issue a number of years ago where somebody that I knew ended up in a place where they were going through the complaint process on a particularly sensitive matter, and felt the need to come and share lots with me, even knowing that they were trying. It ultimately never ended up here, thank goodness, but was the kind of scenario where they wanted to have a dialogue with me about it while it was in the middle of complaint procedure. And it felt, it was very uncomfortable. And I ultimately advised her to stop talking to me because I might at the end have to make a decision, but it would be, I think, helpful for folks who might be listening at home. And I think helpful advice for us, how are we supposed to handle those situations so we don't end up in a weird spot, both hearing from folks along the way or advising them along the way or being perceived as advising them, even though you're just sitting and listening because they've trapped you at the grocery store, whatever that is.
Yeah. Do you want me to? Well, I'll start with my recommendation, which is, if you're trapped at the grocery store and there's nowhere to go, and eventually that complaint does reach the board level, and that, you had 20 sets of eyes on you at the grocery store and they're all attending that meeting, I would recuse yourself is how I would deal with it. But, if assuming that's not the case and you're able, to have an escape, I would tell that individual, hey, I appreciate, the fact that you want to try to come talk to me about this. I want to be there for you. Maybe it's a close friend or someone you've known a long time. Clearly they have confidence in you. Just letting them know that, hey, this could reach me as a board member. And, I think it would just be better where, you were to talk with somebody else about this and explain that. Yep. Yeah, go for it.
So we get this question all the time, particularly in rural communities. You can imagine if you live in a town where you have 350 students. I mean, this comes up because everybody knows everybody and everybody's in everybody's business. This is a really hard issue in small communities. I've experienced it. I mean, I've been in this space. And so it's really, so when someone comes to you with an issue, you're on the board because you want to help people. That's what you're working here for kids, right? And so you want to help children and families. So you want to be there. So our hearts are really pulling us in this space. But Callan is absolutely right. Because you may hear that complaint on appeal, it's absolutely essential that we try to distance ourselves there so that we're not biased. So how do you do it? So you go back to your policy. So when you feel it, and you'll get this little sixth sense, and you'll know when you're getting to that point. It's like, and you'll say, we gotta pause here, because based on district policy, I may have to hear your issue on appeal, and I want to be impartial in that space, but I can help you and guide you towards our complaint process. So, and then you go through, and Callan has already gone over this, trying to resolve at the lowest possible, go back and talk to the teacher. That doesn't work, then you can reach out to the building administrator, and you can act in this ombudsman role, supporting them in that process. But it's really tough when you just have, when they get into those nitty gritty facts, you have to kind of pause, stop them and say, I really want to do my job right and support you the best I can as your school board member, as your elected official, following my district policy. Thanks, Callan.
Okay, so before we move on to public records, any lingering questions? Complaint procedure. I'm going to be sticking around, so if you want to keep talking to me, I'm always happy to talk. Yes. Yes. This is a very quick, brief run through. So public records, another incredibly important topic when you're a member of the school board, because again, you are public officials. And as public officials, you are subject to Oregon's public records law. And that means that anything that is defined as a public record is subject to public disclosure. So what is a public record? This is where everyone stops writing, usually. I see pens going up. So a writing or public record is any writing that contains information relating to the conduct of the public's business. And writing is more than just actual handwriting or a typed document. Writing has a pretty expansive meaning. It means any handwriting, typewriting, printing, photography, every means of recording, including letters, words, pictures, sounds, or symbols, or combination thereof, and all papers, maps, files, I can never say that word, faxes, or electronic recording. So it's a very expansive definition. So if you're taking notes right now, that's subject to a public records request. Telephone messages is something I want to touch on. I dealt with a few matters recently where it came up as part of a public records request. They are considered public records. The unique things about telephone messages is you are not required to retain them. So if you're a board member and you get a telephone message and you just happen to delete it, don't worry, you're okay. But if you happen to have that voicemail when a public records request is made, that is subject to public disclosure. Text messages, another big one. A couple months ago at this point, I went through about 100 pages of text messages trying to figure out what was subject to public disclosure and what wasn't. So important to keep in mind. Who has the right to inspect public records? Everybody. Every person has the right to inspect any non-exempt public record of a public body in Oregon. So it could be somebody from outside of your district. It could be someone you've never met before, just for fun. They say, I want to request all the public records related to the meeting that occurred on this date from you. And you would be required to comply with that. Now, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be reasons why you didn't need to disclose. There are, I believe, over 200 exemptions in Oregon public records law. But that doesn't mean they always apply to that specific situation or that you always want to use them. It also doesn't matter who is requesting, if they're media. This is a question I used to get, don't get it so much anymore, so our trainings must be addressing it right. But hey, I got a call from a reporter and they want all my text messages. But they can't request those, right? Because they're a reporter. They're just going to print everything I have to say. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They are every person. They have a right to request and to inspect if an exemption doesn't apply. The identity, motive, and the need of the person requesting access to those public records is irrelevant. So what should you do if you receive a public records request? You want to send it to a designated individual. This could be in your policy, If you're a board member, more often than not, I get notice of public records request from the board secretary, who will then usually review with legal counsel to ensure compliance with public records law, making sure it's a clear request, making sure, you know, it's a valid request, and do any exemptions apply? Collecting the records, reviewing it, making that determination. And you want to do this as quickly as you can, because a couple years ago, people weren't moving quickly enough, and the legislature put somewhat strict timelines in place. Schools have 5 business days to respond to a public records request with one of 3 answers. Yes, we have the record. No, we don't have the record. Or the most common one, we don't know, we're still looking. So you have 5 days, 5 business days from receiving the request to send out this communication indicating one of these 3 things. And then as soon as practicable, after that initial response and without unreasonable delay, and no longer than 15 business days after the initial request was made, you are required to complete the records request or provide a written statement with an estimated completion date. So more often than not, depending on the scope of the request, do you have time to review all those documents? Within 15 days after receiving the initial request, I help the district prepare a response that says, hey, you requested 200 documents. We're still going through them, but we estimate by this date, we'll have them ready to go for you. Another important thing to keep in mind when it comes to providing this response is that if in your policy you have a fee associated with public records, you can apply it. Some districts, very few, have decided to waive all charges associated with public records requests. I wouldn't recommend it, but it's up to you to decide. You have the right to attach a fee to it. If someone has requested 500 documents, we'll up the volume, and you responded within 5 days and said, oh, geez, I don't know if we have everything you're looking for, we're still looking. Within 15 days of receiving that initial response, you can say, oh, geez, yeah, we think we're getting them all together, but it's going to take us X amount of time. And that triggers our ability to charge you a fee. And that fee we estimate to be X amount of dollars. You are not required to complete the response, continue collecting and reviewing those documents until that fee is paid. Now, I'm not going to say this is a strategic maneuver or not, but I have found that some nationwide organizations that submit every year public records requests to schools or other public entities, once you tell them that there is a fee attached to it, and depending on the size of that fee, they tend to rescind their request. So if you have in your public records policy the ability to attach a fee to it, I do recommend utilizing it when appropriate. Are there any questions? This is more probably for the board secretary than board members, but it's important to be aware. Okay.
Just as a point of clarification, our fees really only can typically cover our costs of producing our actual costs. Is that correct?
It could be the time associated.
Yeah.
So if it takes more than
ours
30
is.
minutes, usually, it's the hourly rate of that person having to go through and review all those records. Could be the fee.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that people understood that it was not a fee we were charging that was random. It was actually what it costs us to actually generate the records. Because sometimes it's dozens and dozens of hours of
Yes.
multiple staff's time and legal counsel's time all added together. And so it can be quite a cost to the district. I just wanted to point that out.
Yes, it's collecting all those records. It's not an easy thing to do, getting them in a format. One other thing I will point out with public records is that you are not required to create a document to respond to a public records request. So someone could submit a request. I want all boards text messages or writings related to this agenda item. Maybe no board member took notes on that agenda item. You don't then have to go back and say, well, this is what I thought about that. So here, now I can respond to the public records request. No, you're not required to create a document to respond to a public records request. So executive sessions. Who knows what an executive session is? I would hope so. So we're going to talk about what executive sessions are, when you can hold them, the requirements with them, but we can't really talk about executive sessions without talking very, very briefly about public meetings. So under Oregon law, public meetings are defined as the convening of a governing body, of a public body, for which a quorum, so a majority of board members, is required in order to make a decision or to deliberate toward a decision on any matter. And I think that's a very complicated definition. So I prefer this one. If you have a quorum of board members present and they are discussing or deliberating on anything related to district business, as a rule of thumb, I would consider that a public meeting. Public meetings don't always have to be in person. See, I can't talk about public meetings without going on and on when I really should be talking about executive sessions. Public meetings can also occur via email. Reply all is not your friend. There is nothing that prohibits the board chair or even the superintendent from sending out an email to all board members. Hey, just want to let you know this is what's going on. If board members start replying all, could be a public meeting. Text messages, same. Don't have group text messages with all board members on the same text chain. That probably would be considered in most instances, if you're starting to discuss matters related to district business, considered a public meeting. Facebook posts can also turn in to public meetings. Does anyone use Facebook anymore? I don't know. Maybe not. As the name suggests, most public meetings, all public meetings, need to be open to all members of the public. Oregon law, though, does authorize you as a school board to meet in executive session or in closed session in certain and very limited situations. An executive session or closed session is any meeting or part of a meeting of a governing body which is closed to certain persons for deliberations on certain matters. There are very specific reasons why you as a board can meet in executive session. It's not just because you want to discuss something in private. And we are going to take a look at some of the permissible purposes for executive sessions. These are not all of them. If you would like the statutory citations for them, please let me know. I'd be happy to send them to you, but it was already a lot of text on the page, so I didn't want to add more. So the most common reasons that you as a board would meet in executive session would be to consider the initial employment of a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent. So if you as the board are responsible for making the decision whether to hire a potential employee, and this is the initial hire, not for promotion, not for transfer, not anything like that, completely new outside person coming in, you can meet in executive session to consider that decision. To consider the dismissal or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee who does not request an open hearing. I would say this is one of the most common reasons boards do meet in executive session, is recommendation from the superintendent has been made to dismiss an employee, and they are entitled to a hearing in front of the board if they so choose. If they elect to do that, the board can meet in executive session unless that employee requests to hold that hearing in open session. To this day, I have never had a situation where an employee who is up for dismissal wants to have that hearing in open session. I take that back. It happened once in a very small rural community because they packed the room with all of their supporters. Yeah, but it doesn't happen often. To conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to carry out labor negotiations. This isn't to negotiate with the union. This is if you have designated someone to negotiate on behalf of the district with one of the local associations. You can meet with them to discuss that. Expulsions, hearings, or to examine confidential records of a student. I'm going to talk about this one a little bit further. You can meet in executive session. It's one of the few instances where you can vote in executive session if it has anything to do with a student. To consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection. So if the district hired me to write a legal opinion on something, on a matter that could lead to maybe litigation just guidance, that would be subject to attorney-client privilege. You could then meet in executive session to review that document as a group. To consult with legal counsel concerning legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. So in this past year, it's happened to me a few times where I've had a board chair call me and say, hey, we noticed an executive session and it was to consult with legal counsel. Can we just get you on speakerphone? I said, no, that is not an appropriate use of that executive session. You have to be in current litigation, or you have to know that that person is on the way to the courthouse to file that complaint. Would be litigation likely to be filed. To review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the CEO of any public body, a public officer, employee, or staff member who does not request an open session. So conducting the performance review, your superintendent, you can have that in executive session unless the superintendent requests that that occurs in open session. So these are the top reasons why school boards usually meet in executive session. It's not the complete list, but these are the ones that are the top. Are there any questions? Okay. So this is kind of confusing actually now that I'm looking at this slide, so I will clarify. So while members of the public are not permitted to attend executive sessions, which is why they're called closed sessions, members of the media can attend, as a general rule, usually all executive sessions. They are not allowed to report on the matters that were discussed unless the board, you started discussing matters that were not properly noticed or were not permitted topics to be discussed in executive session. However, the media cannot attend certain types of executive sessions. So if you're hearing the expulsion of a student or to examine their medical records, which can lead to a decision, they can't attend that. They can't attend an executive session held for the purposes to conduct deliberations with people who have been designated to carry out labor negotiations. And they cannot attend an executive session if the purpose of the executive session was to consult with legal counsel on a matter that's in litigation or likely to be filed. This only applies, though, if the litigation is with their organization. So if the local newspaper is suing the school, a representative from that newspaper cannot attend as a member of the media. Are any questions on those? So while you can meet in executive session and deliberate on a variety of matters that we just saw, as a general rule, all actions must be taken by public vote. So you can have an executive session, you could come right up to the point of voting. You can reach a consensus, but you cannot vote in executive session, which is why as a best practice, and this is more for the board secretary, if you are having an executive session, I always recommend scheduling an open session to follow so that you have the option to take an action on the meeting that was discussed in executive session. The one exception to that rule, which I mentioned earlier, is if you met in executive session to consider the expulsion of the student or to review confidential records of that student. If you need to take an action after deliberating, you can vote in executive session, but that is the only time you could do that. Again, I'm talking very slowly as we go through public meeting laws and executive sessions because there are potential violations that can, maybe, certain situations result in you being held as board members jointly or severally liable. So any person who is affected by the decision of a governing body can file a lawsuit in circuit court for the purposes of requiring compliance with Oregon's public meeting laws. So if a member of the community who was affected by a decision you made said that you made that decision in violation of Oregon's public meeting laws, they can file a lawsuit. If the determination is made that, yeah, you did violate public meeting laws, that decision could be voidable. And if that violation is the result of willful misconduct by members of the board, you can be held jointly and severally liable for that. There are also potential executive session violations. if a complaint is made with the Oregon Government Ethics Commission, who again, if a complaint is made, they are required to investigate it. And if there is a finding that there was a violation, that can result in civil penalties, which you as board members are personally responsible for. It's a bonus slide only if we had time. So this was a law passed, and it hasn't taken effect. I forget the specific date. January 1st, 2022. And that's going to require. So this was really in response to what happened this last year. So under House Bill 2560, this new law that was passed, all meetings, so all of your school board meetings, regardless of whether or not you're choosing to hold them only virtually or going to do in person, you have to make every meeting you have publicly accessible, unless an executive session provision applies, to members of the community to attend by telephone, video, or other electronic or virtual means. And what we have seen this last year is that you can absolutely do that. So that's really all I'll say about that right now. If you have any other additional questions on this new law, come up and we can talk about it. So that is it. Thank you for bearing with me. I know that was a lot of information. Like I said at the beginning, there is a lot of information that you need to know as a board member, and a lot of that is to protect you as board members from these potential, ethics violations. If you do have any questions about what I went over today, because again, there is a lot to unpack with each of those topics, always feel free to reach out to me, anyone else at PACE as a resource, or Vince. Okay, no problem. No problem.
At this time, we're going to take just a 10-minute break. So we're going to recess for just a few moments and we'll come back to the training.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we purposely had a computer set up and then pre-build each of you in so the computer won't recognize your issue. Oh, awesome. Right when you go to log in. So, okay, we tried to plan for every contingency today.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume our training once again. So I'll turn it over to Vince with OSBA.
So I can interact with the public. And last check is time. And we're going until 5, confirming 5 o'clock. Okay, great. Okay. Whew, all rested up after all the legal stuff. Okay, that was really rigid. So we're kind of, Callan's job is to keep you safe. I mean, that's really what she's, working with PACE. They're all about mitigating risk and trying to keep us safe. And, so we're okay. The district's okay, and we can do the work that needs to get done. My job is to help you do awesome stuff for kids. So one of the reasons why I was excited to work for OSBA is because, just like you, I ran for the board because I wanted to help. I wanted to help kids. And now, at home, I'm still on the board, and I have 6,600 kids. And now, I don't know how many kids we have, in school districts across Oregon, but thousands upon thousands of kids. So I get to have this huge impact all over Oregon, and so it's really a privilege to be with you. My remote is not working. So I want to know about these two questions: what's exciting you and what's giving you pause. But I also want to know what you do when you're not on the school board. So, and I'm going to start with Sue. So, Sue, what's exciting you about board work and thinking about this next year? And what are you worrying about?
What excites me about the board work related to next year, it's having everybody back. Certainly, I mean, there's no question, hands down. But what really excites me is getting to the end of the year and participating in the graduations and the promotions and feeling like maybe, just maybe, something I did help that student get across to that next level, or prepared them for a life after Sherwood School District. And they'll never know it, but I hope. And that's what excites me about board work, for sure.
What's giving you pause?
What gives me pause, it's the scrutiny right now. It's the divisive nature of just where people are post-pandemic. I think a lot of people are struggling and in pain and frustrated. And in some ways, as public servants, we're an easy target for that frustration. Whether it's accurate or not, that gives me pause. It also makes me think, maybe there are some things that we should and could do better. So again, I look forward to that. But that's I think the struggle for me right now, and is a little bit scary.
You are certainly not alone in having that. It's like, gosh, how do we help folks? Because there's lots of questions. I mean, it's not just getting kids back in school, and goodness knows if you're paying attention to the case rates right now, it's really startling and unsettling. Me as a board member, I'm worrying about that. What does next year look like? And so at OSBA, we're skilling up right now. We know that boards are hearing a lot more contentious conversations with their communities right now, not just about the pandemic and COVID, but also things like critical race theory and gay and transgender issues, things like that. And so we're positioning ourselves to support you in doing that. And how do you have that conversation? And how do you get some clarity about what's actually happening in schools versus what we're hearing in the common discourse? What do you do when you're not on the school board?
I actually work. So I work, I have a full-time job, so I definitely do that. Stuff with the family, kids. I've taken up golfing again, intermittently. I'm not good at it, but it's nice to be out and about. So just anything outdoors, and just any activities with the kids.
Yeah, it's being working and being on a school board. It's a lot of time. You're spending a lot of, it's like having a part-time job, and you get that big payoff. Well, you do actually, those sweaty palms and those big eyes at graduation. I mean, that's the big payout. So yeah, thank you, Abby.
I think for me, I wanted to get involved just because I have always loved working with kids and I'm super passionate about creating a better environment for them. But it causes me to have some pause for sure because I don't know the best way to help them in this setting yet. I feel like I'm still learning what's allowed, what's not allowed. And I'm a trained counselor, so when people come and talk to me, I want to hear them out. It's not my tendency to be like, let's pause and let's direct this somewhere else. That's not who I am by nature. So I'm going to have to really be careful just to learn that direction. And I know our community really wants to be heard. And so it's just a tough place to be right now.
I totally commiserate. I remember when I was first, before I got on the board, I didn't even think about myself as an elected official. It just never, it was not part of my worldview. I never thought about myself being in this role. And so I completely commiserate with you. And goodness, I remember my first year, it was like the learning curve was straight up.
Yeah.
It was so hard. So I totally feel you. OSBA, we're here to help you. You have this wonderful staff here to help you. So you're gonna do great.
Thank you.
Krista.
So what excites me about board work? Well, like most people here, I'm passionate about kids. I have kids of my own that are in the district, and kids are our future. Kids are everything that we should be focusing on when it comes to bettering their environment, supporting them, giving them the tools that they need. And so just to be a part of that process is something that the opportunity came about and I took it. And I'm really glad I did. So like Abby, I feel like I have a lot to learn, but so thank you for saying that. So I wasn't the first one to say I was just nervous, but I'm excited to be a part of that. So.
And what do you do outside of board work?
I work full time as well.
Awesome.
And like I said, I have 2 kids that are very involved in sports. So I'm either working or I'm going to games or I'm going to practices or, and then the in-between time of just family time together.
Awesome. Awesome. Jessica.
What really excites me about board work is the ability to work with this team and kind of all of these folks that come from different perspectives to really figure out how do we do the best we can for kids. And I am particularly excited about the work that we've done and the listening that we've been able to do to the community and the investments through the Student Success Act, particularly focused on mental health, which I think was an issue way before the pandemic and continues to be a really important issue. And so I just am very, very excited about the gains that we've made. And one of my very favorite things about school board is when students come in and we get to hear about whatever it is their particular achievement, and just across the board, the excitement in watching kids really come into their own and develop their passion for learning. And I love that. I think the thing that gives me pause at this moment is how we're going to really continue to tend to the needs of our kids, particularly kids that aren't seen. And we know that we had students experiencing homelessness. We know that there are kids that have struggled with kind of what I would call the social determinants of education, food, housing, access to internet, those things. And I think we did the best we could last year in trying to make services available. But I think some of our families that are in the most need really struggle when there's not that day-to-day connection in the same way in person. And so I think there's a lot of unseen need in our community that I think is going to be a challenge for us as we return to in-person. And it's something I think is really important that we tend to. And I think that's really where I've got real concern as a board member is how do we tend to those things. Outside of being on the board, I work in government affairs for a health system. And so it's fun and exciting work, and I've got a great family that I get to spend time with too. So like all of us, we stay relatively busy.
Thank you. Thank you. Duncan.
I think what makes me most excited about being a school board member is just the idea that, I'm going to have a voice and it's going to, impact the kids of the district, and that includes my own kids. And just being a part of that and having that experience, I think really excites me. What gives me pause? I don't think anything really gives me pause right now. I have the utmost respect and confidence in the teachers and the staff in this district. I have the confidence in the kids and the parents and the people of this community that things will be great. There's no concern for me there.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to turn to the superintendent too and ask the same questions. What's getting you excited? What's getting you up in the morning? And then what's that thing that's like that little thing in the pit of your stomach that's bugging you?
What makes me excited when I wake up in the morning is thinking about all of our students being back every day, in school, active in their clubs that they're in, and the extracurricular and co-curricular activities, and being able to be with their friends, and just the things that didn't get to happen for them last year. And a long time ago, I started off as a high school teacher, and my heart, just as many of us who are in education, are wired just with that passion about kids. And so that's what excites me and keeps me going when I get up in the morning and have a chance to think about that. What gives me pause is similar to what we've heard some in this activity, but for me, it's being so. I'm so thankful for this community, and being now starting my 12th year in this role here has been truly the honor in my career. And what gives me pause is seeing and hearing dissension in our community, and it's not about having different opinions, because different perspectives shared in a way that is thoughtful and respectful and all of those things, that's what leads us to the very best decisions and outcomes ultimately for kids. But it's when it doesn't happen that way. It gives me pause, and I worry, and it makes me sad ultimately, because of what that might mean for our students.
So I just want to reflect back some of the things I heard. I mean, I'm having a warm fuzzy moment here, because I view you as a team, and I include the superintendent here. I mean, yes, you're electeds and you're the governing body, but you work hand in hand with your superintendent. So you work together as a team to do what's best for kids. And what I heard each and every one of you say is that you have a commitment to kids. You're here for that's crystal clear from what you told me. A lot of you talked about systems. So your heads are in the right place about what levers you're going to be pulling. You're already thinking in that direction. Makes my job a lot easier, because your head's already in the right place. It's hard to teach that. And I can tell you, sometime across this year, particularly for you new board members, you're going to be confused. You're going to be disoriented. You're not going to know exactly what to do. And I want you to come back to this question. What's right for kids? If you go back to that, you're not going to go very far wrong, no matter what the issue is. I wish everybody thought that way. I mean, every decision maker, not just in education, but in all forms of government, business, what's right for kids, because it's a great way to think. It's a great way to frame our thinking. So thank you for those candid responses. So we don't have a lot of time, and I have ground I want to cover here. So I'm going to turn that on. Uh-oh. Back up. There's a lag here. Forward one. There we go. Okay. So we're going to talk a lot about governance. We're going to talk about the role of the administration versus the role of the board. We're going to spend a lot of time on this because it's a very, very important concept. I wish they taught it more in other levels of local government as well. But in schools, we tend to do a fairly good job with this. You don't have to digest this slide. You and the public, you don't have to digest it either. The whole point of this slide is to share with you that there is a growing body of research that links board performance and behavior to student outcomes. This is a timeline of it. It's not inclusive of all the studies that have been done, but it's a growing area of research. Historically, there have been efforts to try to get rid of school boards, get rid of local control. Because, let's be blunt here. I mean, boards can sometimes get a little cranky and inefficient. And we have seen some municipalities across the country where they've taken school boards, they've gotten rid of the school board and put it in the city government. We've also seen school boards where they're appointed by municipal governments. So I'm here to tell you that locally elected school boards are effective, and the research validates that. And everything I'm going to share with you today is supported by this. You don't have to do that. I'm going to send you the slide deck. Yeah. Yeah. So let's take a look at some of this research. So this is just a couple studies, and this is a crosswalk of looking, what's under, the label here is high performing boards. What are those qualities of high performing boards? And this is what the research tells us, that you focus on vision and goals. Really high level stuff. We're talking 30,000 foot view. You set clear expectations. You're creating that vision for what education is going to look like in the Sherwood School District. And you're going to commit to a vision of high expectations for students and set goals towards that vision. Okay, so very strategic thinking. And I heard smatterings of that in your responses to me just a little bit ago. You're going to focus on climate and resources. You're going to be creating those conditions for success. You're going to be creating that climate, that culture, because what you do, there's this great saying, if the board makes a mistake, it'll be in classrooms the next day. So, tuck that away. You create the culture. You are the starting point for the district culture. And you're aligning and sustaining resources to meet those goals, that vision that you've set forward. You hold the system accountable, and we do that primarily through data and monitoring. You monitor that progress. So your responsibility is to set that expectation and what the evidence is going to be. You're going to work with your superintendent and this great staff to identify what those metrics are, and then they're going to report it back to you. You need to be data savvy. I'm sure that you, even your new board members, you probably looked at data in your campaigns while you were running. The next one is cohesive teaming. This is a really important one. This is you. Remember, I just mentioned that you, the board and superintendent, you are the leadership team for the district. Okay, so you need to learn together as a board team, as a leadership team. You need to demonstrate your commitment to unified governance. What do I mean by that? Unified. Does that mean you have to be in consensus all the time? No way. No. Absolutely. Yes, definitely. Yeah, we say unified, but not uniform. And you're absolutely right. The whole point of having a board is that you're a deliberative decision-making body. You are a group of people with different experiences, different values, and each of you has a unique voice in this space. And that's how we get good decisions. That's why we have boards. That's why humans do that. That's why we have Congress. We have put a whole bunch of people in a building and then try and get good decisions out of them. So that's why we do this, is we put our heads together and bring our different views. So working together as a cohesive team, having strong shared beliefs and values about the system and all students. It's important that you have what you just articulated, that you believe in the ability of all students to succeed, that you're here for the reason of supporting all students. Stakeholder and community engagement, your people who are probably engaged in your community. If you're not, get ready, you're gonna be, because being just by virtue of being on the school board, you will start becoming more and more connected with your community. People are going to reach out to you, organizations are going to reach out to you. So you are part of the ability of the district to connect with the community. You're going to build that collaborative relationship with staff and the community. um, and build a structure to inform and engage stakeholders, because goodness knows we can't create, a district cannot create student success by itself. We simply do not resource our districts sufficiently to do that. So we have to work with our community partners to do that. And we can only affect kids for the time that they're in schools. What about the rest of that time? So, and policy accountability. This is the yeoman's work of the board. Developing policies that focus on student learning, that you're accountability driven and focused on policy, not operations. That's not your job. We keep our fingers out of the operations, but we're definitely setting those expectations in that vision. Okay, let's see if I can get the slide to advance right here. So this is kind of the summary slide looking at this. You set vision, goals, set that climate, data and monitoring, cohesive teaming, stakeholder community engagement, and policy and accountability. You focus on these 6 things, you will be a successful board. Okay, let's talk about the other side here. So research has been done on low performing boards that have negative impacts on student outcomes. And, there's no real big surprises here. They have less orderly meetings. They spend less time on student achievement. They focus on other things. On our board, we have this saying, we identify problems, whether they're adult problems or the kid problems. Is this a kid problem? Is this a problem that focusing on kids, or is this really about making things better for adults? Is this making it easier for us? And, come back to that question. Is this right for kids? So keeping your focus on student outcomes. Yeah, lack of respectful, attentive engagement. They're not nice to each other. Seeking to advance their own agenda rather than, aligning our work with that vision and goals that the board as a group identifies. Rough working relationship, less reliance on the superintendent for advice and input. So your staff here is here to support you and provide you all the information that you need. Taking up too much airtime. Let's focus on policy. That's this other one. Only vaguely aware of school improvement initiatives. You get the idea here. Micromanagement, we were just talking about. It's just the reciprocal of the others. Okay? This is what the research, I'm not making this stuff up. This is what these are all nationally normed studies that were done. So looking at this in summary, yeah, so, you have poor relationships, you spend less time on students, anecdotes and agendas, not focusing on the data, going back to what the student data is, and reliable information, getting in operations, and external blaming. It's not our fault, someone else's. You taking responsibility is what's key. So OSBA, the board development team, is starting to work with Tom Alsbury. He's a researcher. He lives up in Washington. Does work with large districts. We're talking like Los Angeles and Chicago, Las Vegas, folks like that. Big districts all over the country. And this is some research that he did about the tenure of boards. That when we see turnover, over election, lack of continuity in board structure, we see more frequent turnover, superintendent turnover, and there's a commensurate decline in student outcomes. Take home here, continuity is good for kids. So even if your board composition does transition, we don't want abrupt changes in the culture or structure of the board. We not want a nice, stable organization is what we're aiming for. And this is just a causal linkage. And I think this one has, yeah, I'm sorry, it has a bunch of animation in it. See if I can get all 6 of these on the screen. I'm sorry. I'm probably going to go to the next slide. So this is the causal linkage. Your individual board behavior, as an individual impacts your board culture, the way the board operates. That finds its way downward through the organization, all the way to the classroom, and can affect student achievement. This is really the take-home piece to this. Any questions about the research? This is really just saying I'm standing on the shoulders of very, very smart people who've been doing a lot of work for a long time about this. So I'm not just making it up. So this is what I have. We are not going to get through all of this. If we can get to social media, that'll be great. That's okay. Doesn't sound like anybody's using Facebook anymore. Okay, so Chris is using, okay, let's be honest. Who has a Facebook? You gave up. Okay, you have an account. Okay, so what's the social media platform that you use the most? Okay, okay, Twitter. Sue? You don't, okay. Abby, what do you?
I mean, I'm embarrassed to say it, but I don't ever put anything on it, but I think TikTok is the most interesting.
TikTok is
I
a
mean, there's good food videos,
bottomless
there's
pit. What a time sink. Yeah, I can't look at TikTok. I'll just lose 2 hours. It's horrible. Krista, you're still using Facebook?
Yeah, I'm not a very techie person, so I'll stick with the first thing usually what works. And
Yeah, I'm still using Facebook. How about you, Jessica? What are you using?
I look at Facebook like generally don't.
Yeah. How about you, Duncan? What's your what? Parlor. Okay. Great. Okay, so social media. So when we get there, all the rules still apply. Okay, moving on. So, as a young board member, so 8 years ago, when I didn't know anything, I learned board work through the 5 roles of the board, and was based in the Lighthouse studies done by Mary Delagardelle, who is a graduate student of Tom Alsbury. She has since passed, but I love the 5 roles of the board because it's simple and I can keep it in my head. Okay, so the 5 roles we'll just go over these really quickly if I can get the slide. So just like we were just talking about, you are a team. And so I want you to think of yourselves. So if you know anything about it a little bit, PLC is jargon. It stands for political professional learning community. And it's something that teachers use. And they come together and collaborate on their own professional learning. So you as a leadership team need to start thinking in this way. How are you going to come together doing what we're doing right now? You've engaged OSBA. We're here doing a training. So how are you going to continue this? And it doesn't have to be me coming here or OSBA doing it. You could be sharing articles with each other, but thinking about how are you going to learn together? How are you going to share information that's useful to each other? Professional learning community. You'll probably learn more about PLCs. I'm assuming that your teaching staff uses PLCs. So you'll learn about that. I mean, at some point in the next, 2 years, I'm sure you're going to get a report of some sort on professional development. Okay. So this is the most important one of all of them, and it goes back to that uniform versus unified. It's crucially important that the board, as a unified body, set clear expectations for the staff. There's nothing worse than a superintendent having to work for 5 or 7 different bosses and not getting mixed messages. So it's important that you, through policy, through your strategic priorities, through the budget process and the run up to the budget process, when you set parameters for that you're setting very clear expectations about what you want these folks to do. They're here to work really hard for kids, but they need clarity from you. There should be no surprises and there shouldn't be any confusion. So whatever that direction is, all y'all have to figure out what that's going to be as a group. Most important. It's your job to create the conditions for success. Sometimes I think about board work kind of like gardening. When we put in a garden, we till up the soil, we get all the grass out of there, and then we're going to fertilize it, and we're going to plant some seeds, we're going to water it, and tend that plot, and hopefully eventually we're going to receive a crop out of that. And so board work's kind of like that. The reality is you have this huge job. You're sitting on top of a big organization that's really important in your community, but you have only a few levers that you get to pull. I mean, you can't make the plants grow on their own. You can't do that for them. So similarly, there's just not a lot that you can do directly. So you have to create the conditions for success. So we do this by setting clear expectations. You might need to make some resource allocation changes to reach those goals that you're setting, that you've done collaboratively with your staff. You're going to need to plan that. Next one is holding the system accountable. This is the one we're probably most comfortable with. I have, images of data up there. We're used to asking for data. We use a lot of data. This is, ever since No Child Left Behind, we've been required to have data for our kiddos and use that to guide our decision making. So this is in this space. This is where we're most comfortable, is holding around, tracking whatever information that we're getting. This is also finance, though, so you're going to get financials probably on a monthly basis. I don't know, monthly financials. Yep. So that's another way that we hold the system accountable. Okay, and there's a variety of different ways that boards can do that. And then, I talked a bit about, the need to partner in the community. And that's not just community organizations. This is also our parents and the rest of the community, bringing them along in this work. Were elected and are accountable to the community. And so it's absolutely essential that you work with the district and on behalf of the district and on behalf of students to create that public will to succeed, for our students to succeed. So being engaged in your community. So bringing this all together is this wonderful tool that my board uses. It's called the Focus Framework. And so this is a tool that you can use for any issue. Notice that it says area to be discussed, and it's a blank. We're going to write down whatever that is. And then we go through each column and write down, what do we need to learn about this topic? What is it? I mean, let's take a hypothetical. How are we going to open? Are we going to wear masks? Are kids going to wear masks on September? When does school start for you guys? I'm sorry, I put you on the spot. It is the 8th. Isn't it the 8th? It's the Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. See, and I kind of put myself on the spot because I should know when my district isn't first day of school. Heck, I have kids in my own system. I don't even know when the first day of school is. We have to get through August before I'm going to worry about that. Okay, so, but think about that. Are we going to wear masks? Well, what do we need to learn? And I'm not saying answer that question, but there's a lot that we need to learn about that. What's going to be, what are the case rates? How is the virus behaving? What's the regulatory environment? What's the temperature of the community? I mean, there is a lot to learn in making that decision. Set clear expectations. What is this board going to expect of the superintendent in opening? What can you expect? You're going to need to have that discussion. Create the conditions for success. A lot of this, because it's kind of operational in nature, there's not a lot that you can do as a board. A lot of those pieces are probably already in place or moving into place. The previous iteration of the board probably supported the district in being ready to be nimble in adjusting over this summer to figure out what's going to happen in the fall. Hold the system accountable. How are you going to have evidence that whatever decision that this team comes to is actually going to happen, that kids are safe and that they're in a nurturing education environment? And what are you going to do with the public? Because I guarantee you, no matter what decision you make, there will be people that will be angry about it. I'm in the same boat with you. So focus framework, that's just an example of how you can use this as it's just a way to keep the board in our lane. Notice that there's nothing operational here. This is all us acting in our governance and oversight role, creating that expectation and vision for the district. I'm going to send you a copy of the slide deck, and I will send Christine a PDF of that. Yeah. Write your insights. Don't write anything on the slides. You're going to get all these. Okay, now I get to pull out that advanced degree in public policy. So yeah, there are two sides of the house here. The board lives in the governance world, and then these folks live in the management world. And really this is tied up in, this lag is really giving me fits here. It's really about what is going to happen versus how it's going to get done. It's the board's role to decide what is going to happen. What's that vision for education in the Sherwood district? It's the superintendent's job to figure out how to operationalize that and make it go, or ends versus means of how to do that. Here's another way to think about it. It's coming up. So in the white upper area, we have, the area of the board, and you're focused on advocacy. You're building that public will to succeed. You're setting those strategic goals. You're working on policy, setting those expectations. And down here in the black area down here on the bottom is that operations and hiring personnel and navigating the regulatory environment. Okay, so it's that same divide, the what versus the how. But we've got these red arrows. What are those for? Maybe our experienced members can help us with that. I'm putting you guys on the spot. Why do we have these red arrows? I got to tell you, this slide is as old as the hills. I remember when I was like in my second year on the board, seeing this slide. It's been around for a long, long time. Yeah. Yeah. The reason for that is because as the board, we don't have authority to go out and say and collect information. We don't have investigative. We don't have people. Well, we do have people working for us that can give us data, but it's the superintendent and their staff that provide us all the information and the support for doing the work that we do. And that's why those red arrows are there, because the superintendent and their staff can move into the realm of the board as we do our work. But we don't get to step into operations. We don't have authority for that, okay? And so that's why that's there. This relationship is critically important because it creates an environment of trust as long as we all know what our role is. When things get tough, when things get contentious or ambiguous, things can get muddy. And I have another animation that's going to lag another 15 seconds. And then we may not know where those boundary lines are. We may not know where those red arrows are. So we have to remember that they're there. And that's why this whole presentation is so important, is I'm preparing you for the hard times. When, we're doing routine work, this is easy, to stay in our lane. It's when things get contentious and difficult is when we have to really hew to our role and do that leadership. I want you to think about the district like a cruise ship. Okay. Your superintendent is the captain of the cruise ship. She is in charge of engineering to make the ship go. She's in charge of navigation. See the radars on top. So she's got to go around the headlands and avoid other ships. She is in charge of food service, all the way from the cafeteria down to the disco hall. And all the bars in between on this cruise ship and all those things. She is in charge of all the janitorial staff that makes sure that each and every stateroom is clean. Okay? All the operational stuff. You get to commission the journey. You get to say, Dr. Cordy, take us to the island of student success paradise. Okay. And you even get to choose a couple of stops along the way. Okay. But it's going to be her job to go ahead and get you through the storms and the shoals and doing that. Okay. It's just another way to conceptualize this management versus governance relationship. So this, to put it in more tangible terms here, um, you know, the board, you hire one employee, and that's the superintendent. And then she is responsible for everybody else in the organization. Okay. You are the contract authority for the district, so you're going to approve contracts, but she's going to do the negotiating on your behalf, particularly with your employee associations. Do you guys have board liaisons to your? Yeah, you do. Good practice. I'll tell you, I'm the liaison for both of our associations, both classified and licensed. Best experience in my board service. Yeah, you will get the gritty truth of what it's like to be a teacher in negotiations. You set the vision and goals. You're commissioning that journey, but it's the captain of the ship that's going to take you there. Okay, you're the one that's adopting policy, and she and her team are going to develop those administrative regulations, those ARs. Remember KL and KLAR. It stands for administrative rule. They're going to create those to operationalize those policies that articulate your expectations for how the district is going to operate. So you are setting the budget, but it's the superintendent's team that is going to develop those, plan out those expenditures and roll it all up to give you that budget document that then you with your budget committee are going to test. And then of course that holding the system, you're monitoring that progress. You're determining what those metrics are in collaboration with your team, and they're going to report that data to you. Okay. Any questions about that? Okay. So one of the most exciting, okay, I'm really going to reveal my nerdiness here. So yeah, I'm a policy wonk. And one of the things that I love about school boards is that they have all three governing capacities. So Callan did a great job talking about your judicial capacity, but you have executive and legislative power. Legislative is kind of obvious. That's a lot of what we do is legislative, but you have executive as well. And that's one of the exciting things, if you're a policy wonk, about being on a school board. So, anytime that you're doing, you're at the end of a process, you're approving something. So you go through this whole process of developing a policy. And when you cast that vote to approve it, that's executive power. Approving contracts, anything where you're doing that is executive power. Legislative, this is the bulk of the work that we do. You're determining what policies are going to come up, well, with the help of your staff. Because you subscribe to OSBA policy services, we support you with all those policy updates. Buckle up, folks. It was a legislative year. There's going to be a lot of policy updates this year. I'm sorry, Christine. It's like just another biennium.
Can't possibly be any worse than all the ones that came through last year. So
yeah, I'm not looking forward to all the updates. It's a lot of work to do after a legislative year. It's just the way things are. So you determine policy, and those are just regular policy updates. And I want to draw a distinction here is that often those are very routine. They're small changes. I want to contrast that with transformational policy that fundamentally changes how the system works. That may be your equity, policy JBB. So you probably have, I'm assuming you have policy JBB, or we were required to take up policy ACB, which was all students belong. Those fundamentally change how districts function. Those are transformational policies. Let's say when you're negotiating, or if you're involved in negotiating the contract, developing goals, anything where you're doing a process, this is our legislative function. Okay, and Callan did a great job covering a lot of this, our judicial processes. And this is where things get risky for a board because we don't do it very often. And thankfully, it doesn't sound like this board has done it very often. For whatever reason, after 8 years, I'm starting to feel comfortable with judicial processes, which I can't say is a good thing. I think I'd rather be more uncomfortable. But This is when you are hearing a complaint that's levied against the board itself or the superintendent, or you're hearing a case on appeal. It happens rarely, but you're typically judging a previous decision. This is a time when you want to have your attorneys close to support you to make sure that your process is appropriate and that you're well scaffolded, okay? So this is going, Jessica, this is going back to your question, and that's the whole point of this. Ex parte is a legal term that usually is associated with juries, but it's really, juries are not supposed to interact with people, other people in the case, or sometimes even the general public. Sometimes they're sequestered. And this is kind of the situation we're in. And Jessica, you asked this question. We're not supposed to engage people when we're in these judicial processes. We don't want to be biased until we hear the complete information. And one of the things that I didn't mention earlier is that if you do have that interaction, it creates asymmetry of information across the board. It's always important that all board members have equal information, or equal access to information when taking up a decision. It's an important process component. So we, as individual board members, don't necessarily want to be privy to extra information. Now, I'm not talking about your personal experience, but in a particular case, particularly in judicial processes, we don't want to be biased in that situation. Okay. So in front of you, we're going to start doing the question and answer part. So in front of you, you have a green card and a red card, or pink. I guess it's hot pink. So red is no, green is yes. I'm going to ask you a question, and then I'm going to say go, okay? So does the board have investigative powers? Yes or no? Go. Oh, I love it, a split decision. Okay. Let's start with Duncan. What do you think? Can you go out and get information on your own as an individual board member, or even? Okay, no. Did I have a yes? Okay, good, good. We wanted no's. No, you have no investigative authority whatsoever. So as individual board members, we can't go out, we can't go visit schools and go hunt around and do, try and suss something out. Or if we hear something like that, we get that complaint, that parent walks up to us and says, I'm having trouble with this teacher. We have no authority to walk in that classroom and start talking to that teacher and say, hey, what's going on with this? Not okay. You're way out of lane doing that. We have no investigative authority. And Callan alluded to this earlier. We engage if we have to get information as a board, say a complaint does come against the board or the superintendent, we engage a third party to do that investigation for us. We externalize that, and then that investigator will come and provide us that report. That's how we get information. So we don't have any investigative power. Great. I'm sorry about this lag. Callan talked about the judicial process. I don't think I'm going to cover that anymore because I think you've gotten that really well. This is reminding me to stop for questions. Look, I used to work in extension. At any point, stop me and say, "Hey, I got this question." Don't. Okay, but this is the fun part. So we did a little practice with our cards. Okay, now we're really going to take this out for a spin. Okay, so we're going to have a series of questions, and it's going to, the question is it board work or not? Or is it the superintendent's work? And so we've been talking about the role of the board, the role of the superintendent. So now we're going to give it a try. If my slides will advance. That was my prompt slide. Okay. Modifying the student discipline policy. Okay, so green is yes, it's board work. Red is no, it's the superintendent. So just yes or no. Modifying the student discipline policy. Is this board work? Ready, set, go. Green, green, red. Okay, Duncan, I'm just curious. So the operative word here is policy. So policy is the realm of the board. Yeah. So if there was a student discipline system or process, then that would be probably something that the staff would do. But the policy is definitely yours. And I think I have a, now I apologize. Normally in the slow time of the year, we typically try to we use your own policies and bring them to you so we can go over them. All of these are going to be the OSBA examples. I apologize. We're just doing so many trainings, I can't keep up.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that I think is maybe a little bit different, or at least what would likely happen here, at least our culture has been that the board, if we decide that we needed to update the student discipline policy for whatever reason, we would likely delegate that to the staff team to come bring us a proposal. We would ultimately, it would be our work to ultimately adopt it, but the develop would likely come from staff.
Great distinction. Yeah.
Which I think.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If that's what you meant, Duncan, you're absolutely right. And that is definitely, and what you just described is best practice. There's nothing more painful than watching a board try to craft policy in a board meeting. I've been there. I've chaired that meeting. Don't do it. I'm just warning you. It's a waste of time. No, take that. If you give some feedback on the policy, hand it back to your staff. They're skilled people. They're great. They'll consult legal, bring that back for you to review. Yeah, it's just a much better use of your time. So yeah, you have two policies, BF, policy on policy development, and administrative regulations, BFCA. And I think I have examples here. So the board has the authority and responsibility to establish policy. You could say the board alone has the authority. And then I love this sentence at the bottom. The formulation and adoption of policies recorded in writing will constitute the basic method by which the board will exercise its leadership in the operation of the school system. Gives me chills every time I read it. That's such a powerful sentence. It's like, this is what we do. This is how we affect the change that we want, is through the policies that we adopt. It's the most important thing that you do. And this is administrative rules. This is superintendent is authorized to formulate such administrative regulations appropriate for the implementation of policies adopted by the board and necessary for the consistent operation of the district. So again, reinforcing that separation between governance and management. This is available to you I can send you the URL, but if you want to look at other districts' policies, this is open to the internet, but this is the OSBA, super secret, cool. Look at all the policies view for the policy platform. I'm sure you have a link on your website that goes to yours. But if you ever want to compare and look at other districts' policies, you're welcome to do that on here. We talked about policy updates, but this is the whole point of this slide, is just to remind you that you're going to be looking at policy over the whole year, and particularly this year. Okay, next question. Establishing an in-school suspension system. Oh, I gave this one away. My response to the earlier one. Okay, ready? Go. Okay, Abby. That's okay. Okay, Abby. Why is it not board work?
No, I was thinking in my head the whole time it was not board work. I just raised the wrong one.
Wrong one. But why is it not board work?
Because that's more like inner workings of the school district or the schools.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, this is developing a system. Yeah, you guys don't get to develop systems except if it's your own. So you can develop your own practices and adjust your own practices, but anything down inside the organization, we don't get to do that. What? But that does not mean that you don't have a voice in student conduct. So sometimes the board, sets an expectation about how things will be done. And so the board expects student conduct to contribute to a productive learning climate. That's a sound assertion. Objectives The objectives of disciplining any student must be to help the student develop a positive attitude towards self-discipline, realize the responsibility of one's actions, and to maintain a productive learning environment. So this is characterizing what that student discipline system is going to look like. Students in violation of board policy, administrative regulation, and or code of conduct provisions will be subject to discipline up to and including expulsion. So you're also setting the most extreme boundary on what discipline looks like. So in policy, we can set parameters for the district. Approving the high school handbook, including specific dress code expectations. Is it board work? Go. What do you think, Sue?
Be based off the policy that we create first and then the handbook.
Right. So that's my confusion. I mean, ultimately, based on policy. So maybe not directly, but ultimately, it does have to meet our approval.
Right, but we don't actually take a vote on the handbook.
No, right.
Yeah. But I think if the dress code, we're gonna undergo a major, like, again, speaking the difference between is it our work or what our culture is, there's gonna be a dramatic change in the, oh, I'm sorry, thank you, Jim. If there's gonna be a dramatic, thank you. There's gonna be a dramatic change in our dress code. And we were only gonna allow people to wear long sleeve shirts and pants year round. By the way, we're not proposing that. So just for anybody watching online, this is a serious hypothetical. You can't see my face. We're not doing that. But if that were to occur, that'd be the kind of thing that would come here for a discussion first because of our culture, but it's not, but the dress code, minor changes to that are made at the building level, not at the district level.
Any thoughts? Heather, what is the actual practice here in Sherwood?
When the dress code has changed in the past, it comes from discussion with the district leadership team, gathering input from different stakeholders around the district to get input into that. And to Director Adamson's point, if there is anything that's of significance, there is a conversation. I mean, we really believe in no surprises and really communicating frequently with the board and the board with me and then my staff so that there aren't any surprises around pieces like that. But the actual handbook gets altered at a lower level than the board.
Great. So it's actually a trick question.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, literally, it's a trick.
Yeah.
You looked at your policy?
No, back in the day, that dress code did come before us. So there was a discussion.
Yeah.
Was there an official vote? No, but that's why the dress code
You got to
thing
report on it.
is a little bit tricky. So
Yeah, it is. It is a tricky question. It's even more tricky because it varies across district. Now, I haven't encountered a district that actually has the board approved handbooks, but I have encountered ones where it's in their policy, but their practice was out of alignment with the policy. So it does depend on your policy. Now, clearly, I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. It sounds like what you're doing is fabulous and works and is appropriate. That the process for developing changes is very thoughtful and is bottom up, and then the board has this great oversight opportunity. All great practice, but yeah, go Sue.
well, and I think what it comes down to is an understanding on the part of the district that if you change something like the dress code, we probably need to know about it or have awareness because we're certainly going to get asked about that in the community. So I think that's also part of the no surprises piece where, yeah, maybe we didn't vote on it, but we better have an idea because that's going to come up. So I think that's, there's a little bit of a tricky gray area there. Like you said, we didn't vote on it, but it's a need to know moving forward.
Sure. And another, it might be good to check in with the board just to say, how do you want community involved with this? Where's student voice in this conversation too? I mean, there's lots of dimensions to this. So yes, it's a very complex question. Everything I'm hearing is really good. I think I have a policy here. Yeah, handbooks. So you probably have, you very, very well have this policy. It probably, I'm sure it defers it to the superintendent. So there's a policy on handbooks.
I'm pretty sure we probably have that. I don't remember it right off the top of my head, but I do think that, but I think the thing that I really have valued on my time on the board is that we really, the culture of no surprises has really been a two-way street for us. We as a board, we can come to a meeting and we could decide to start mucking around in a policy and we don't, we follow a deliberative and thoughtful process so that we don't surprise staff. And in the same way, there's a deliberative and thoughtful process in putting together administrative regulations or changes to handbooks or those kinds of policies where there isn't a surprise nugget that's going to result in the community lighting up our phones or our email inboxes. It's a dialogue in advance so that neither side is ever surprised and we can continue to collaborate as a team, really with that eye towards kids. And I think that has been a hallmark of this board culture in the time that I've been on it. And I think it's been really positive over time.
Yeah, I mean, you raise a really important point. I'm going to take an aside here and just pause and talk about prep. So a big part of what you're going to be doing is packet prep. I mean, the staff are going to create a packet. Christine's going to bring all that stuff together. They're going to shove it to you about a week before you have to be in a meeting. And you got to digest that thing and be ready to make decisions. And so you're probably going to have a lot of questions. You should. Questions are going to come up. And it's best practice to go ahead and take those and drop them in an email and shoot them to the superintendent. And then she can route those to staff so that they're prepared. So they already know where your head is at, what questions are coming. And so they can be informed and ready to respond to those in the meeting. Sometimes you'll get responses ahead of the meeting. They'll send that to the whole board. I mean, when those systems working really efficient, that's great. Okay, so let's be real. Sometimes we prep the night before or the couple days before. It happens. It does. And so again, particularly when we want to be careful with questions. We don't want to put our staff in a gotcha situation. So be prepared to temper how we ask or what we ask, because we want to always be supportive of our district. Okay. So, but try to ask those questions ahead of time and let them know what you're thinking, what the questions that you have. Just shoot them an email. We'll talk about communication here in a little bit. Okay, reviewing applications, interviewing selected candidates, and making a recommendation for hiring of the high school football coach. Is it board work? No. Okay, who wants to tell us why not? Good. What else? Why are we not on hiring committees? And I asked this question as a board member who, a long time ago, was on a hiring committee. I didn't know better.
I think for the most part, we're not on a lot of these hiring committees because we don't know what we're looking for in a candidate. We're not qualified to select them.
Correct. There is no expectation that any one of you has expertise in pedagogy or in coaching football. None whatsoever. You could come from any walk of life. I will add that there's also a social component here. When you step into any district space, you have a certain amount of status. Now, I understand that the only time you have any authority is when you're here in a public meeting. And as soon as the gavel drops and you're adjourned, you are now just a member of the public. You know this, I know this, but the public doesn't know this. Staff doesn't. Culturally, we assign a lot of importance to what board members say. So if you sit in a hiring committee, your voice has disproportionate volume in that conversation. And so that's why we don't sit on hiring committees. That's another reason.
Vince, one exception that is pretty common for our typical practice is we do oftentimes invite a board member to sit in on an interview team for administrative positions. And so that's something that happens frequently for us. And the rationale related to that is really wanting that perspective, us wanting that perspective of the board in those conversations as it relates to administrator candidates. Now, the everything that you said is absolutely accurate about the positional power, whether a board member thinks about themselves that way or not. And we think it's important when we can to have a board member voice on that interview team, knowing that the interview teams are purely there to provide warm and cool feedback on candidates, not to make the decision. That the recommendation that there are no recommendations made. There's warm and cool feedback provided at the end of those interviews, for example, but then ultimately the decision is the superintendent's typically to make.
Great. And so I think if you're going to continue with that practice, I would just recommend just ensuring that the board member in that space is very clear about what their role is and that they're approaching that position with great care. If you're going to be in that position, just be very clear about how much power you have in that space.
I think that I personally really appreciate that coaching and advice. Thank you for that.
Great. Any questions about that? Oh, policy saying that superintendent has the authority to hire people. This is pertains to classified folks. Okay. Hello. Check. Sets the expectation that hiring procedures will be established. I'm losing my mic. It has full batteries though.
Test.
So it sets the expectation that hiring procedures will be established to employ qualified administrators necessary to carry out duties identified by the district. This is kind of akin to what we were just talking about. So is this board work? I love it. You guys are getting that. Why? Why is this board work? Good. Okay, I'll start prowling around again. Sets expectation. Yes, you're setting the expectation. You're not establishing the system. I had a great conversation in the district last week on this very question. Yeah, you're not establishing, the procedures. You're just setting the expectation that such procedures will be created. And in fact, you have a policy on this. The superintendent will develop and maintain a recruitment program designed to attract licensed personnel to the district. It is the responsibility of the superintendent, with the assistance of other district administrators, to determine the personnel needs of the district. Yeah. So you definitely are delegating that power to the superintendent, but you're setting that expectation for it. Collaborates with staff to set the priority or goal that high quality instruction will be the focus of the school district. It is tricky. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Collaborates with staff. Collaborates with staff, set the priority of the high quality instruction. But I mean, it doesn't necessarily, I mean, certainly staff like these folks here, but we can, there could be teaching staff involved here.
I still feel like,
It's an intentionally tricky question. Go ahead.
yeah, I think that the thing that set me off was that it was a goal. And so it's anything that pulls us up to, out of the day-to-day and up into the aspirational or the focus, goal setting, policy setting, vision setting feels like our role.
Definitely. Definitely. Overall goal setting is definitely the role of the board. But I think you're hanging up on that word collaborates.
And staff.
Mhm.
Because I was thinking the opportunity to do the offer work directly with teachers, like in that capacity.
Right. So, at OSBA, at least in the last couple of years, we've been really working in this space around collaborative governance, working directly with our staff. We're fairly comfortable with the idea of governing. We spent a bunch of time talking about governance and versus management. But on some of the times, the board needs to shift mode and become students of our staff. I just said a little bit ago, there's no expectation that any of you have any expertise in pedagogy or education systems. So how do we learn about that? Because we've been elected to govern in an education system. So how do we learn? And we do that by collaborating with our staff. And so if we're going to set goals, set priorities, we are going to need to have our team close at hand to educate us and support us in setting those goals. What are the goals? Who's going to bring us the data to even look at? Who's going to help us make sense of that data? It's going to be our staff that are going to do that. If you really want to know get a really good look and a good understanding of what instructional practices look like, your superintendent knows who her master teachers are, and she can bring them into this boardroom and educate the board. Do you have thoughts?
Yeah, one of the things that I think about with this statement in this exercise is the time that the board spends and has spent in the past with teachers and others in conversations to identify the priorities in the strategic plan and also the student investment account and, the student investments and those priorities. And so that was a great example of collaborating, but in that moment, hearing from those who know it best because it's what they're trained to do, but doing it in a way that's collaborative and coming together around that work.
Great example. So one of the roles that you have, because there's no expectation that you'll be an expert, I don't know if any of you are teachers, but sometimes teachers or folks that have been in education find their way to boards. But one of the roles that you have is to ask the questions that any person in the community would ask, to get these experts to explain what they do, the work that they do, and bring it down to a level that I can understand. And so that's an expectation that you have. You're kind of, in that sense, you're interpreters of the education system for the community and bring that down to a place where you can understand and work with it. Because what they do is highly specialized. Education science is very deep and it's growing very quickly all the time. So, and as you will learn, that's why that first year on the school board is so steep. It's a steep learning curve. Is because that's a lot of what you're learning. It's just how the system works, learning a new language, word things like PLCs and TOSAs and things like that, learning all those terms. That's technical stuff that you need to bring down and interpret that for your community. Yeah, so this is policy AE as your district goals. I popped this up here because, we in 2017, 2018, my district was going through a strategic planning process, and it was a couple of years later that we actually looked at our policy AE and it was like, wow, this policy AE does not line up really well with our strategic priorities. So I'm just popping that up there. So take a look at that, make sure that all that lines up. It's just a check-in, but this is where your district goals should live. They live in policy, just like any other expectation that the board has. So this slide is to remind me to tell you that we have these goals. You have a strategic plan, you have strategic priorities and a plan to go with it. Your budget should line up with that. And it should be not only clear to you as the board and the budget committee, but it should be for a reasonable person. You should be able to go and open that document up with pretty much anybody in your community and say, hey, this is where we're applying our strategic priorities. And this is how much we spent on that. All right. Create specific strategies, including professional development activities to reach the high quality and instruction priority or goal. Is this board work? Okay, why not? Yeah.
We wouldn't know where to start with professional development. So that wouldn't be our role.
What else? Sorry. The operative, no, you're absolutely right. There's no expectation that the board knows how to provide or develop professional development for teachers or other staff. But the key operative words here are specific strategies. Yeah, that's superintendent work. Okay. You do have a policy for that though. So you do have the, policy GCL is you do set an expectation that yes, indeed, the superintendent will do professional development for staff. Your staff is they're the ones that have the closest contact with your kids. So I'm going to forget the name of the art. What works in education? John Hattie. Am I getting that right? Share it with, yeah. What works in learning? Right, visible learning. And so the one thing that has the strongest signal that John Hattie found was the efficacy of a teacher. It's the biggest return on investment on impacting student outcomes is investing in your teachers. So professional development, definitely a good investment. This is the break slide. We took a 10-minute break. Do we want to press on? This is a good time for me to look at my phone and check. It's 4:10. We got 50 minutes. 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and recess the training for about a 5-minute break. We'll be back. Thank you.
Do you want to just leave that slide on? Okay. Okay, so we're coming back. We're in the home stretch here. I know. Thank you for sitting here and just slogging through all this stuff. I know it's a lot, particularly for your new board members. It's just like open up the top of your head and start pouring it in. So, this is a good point to stop and say, I know you're going to have questions. That's fine. That's good. You're, of course, engage your board chair, whoever the board chair is going to be, but engage your superintendent as well with questions. And I have a slide on, okay, I have a question about this. Who do I ask? So we'll go over that as well. Have to turn on the remote. Oh, this is policy. Oh, wait, go back. Kind of gave it away because by showing the policy. Yeah. Okay. Make decisions on complaints about school district operations or personnel. Is that board work? You had a whole training from make decisions. Okay. When make a decision about this? Let's get down in the weeds a little bit. When does the board make a decision about this?
We would make a decision only when the superintendent had made a decision and it was being appealed.
Correct. Yeah. So you had this great training from an OSBA attorney on this very topic. Yes, you hear complaints on appeal unless the complaint comes against the superintendent directly or the board or a member of the board. Any questions about that? And I'm not going to belabor this. That's policy KL. We're going to move past that. Public complaints. I'm just moving through this. Okay. Okay, this is an important one. I gave this. Look at the superintendent's like red card on that. Yes, visit schools unannounced to observe student learning in classrooms and check overall staff and student morale. Yeah. Yeah, that's a hard no. Yeah. Why? Let's unpack that a little bit. Why is that important?
Yeah, our job is not management.
Trying,
And then also, you don't want to, you walk in there and the dynamic's going to change anyway. You could disrupt the class, you could disrupt the teaching, you could cause all kinds of problems. So I don't think that it's a bad thing, but I think that if that's something that's wanted, you would go through Heather, the staff.
How long have you been on the board?
I did a lot of reading before today.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, we don't do this unannounced. I mean, it's totally fine to go in there and plan. Goodness knows your teachers want to share what they're doing with the board. Definitely.
I would also add, that things have changed. 15 years ago, things were a little bit more open, but add to all of that, everything Krista talked about, but there's also a safety component. You don't just walk into a school. It's really not appropriate for someone to just walk into a school. I think there are other elements to that.
That's a sobering point, but yeah, well made, well made. So there's policy on this. The first one is policy KK, which is just visitors in general, and lays out expectations about that. But the one that pertains to board members visiting schools is policy BG. And I'll read the citation. It says, school visits by board members will be regarded as informal expressions of interest in school affairs and not as inspections or visits for supervisory or administrative purposes. And it goes on to say that you can do it with the full knowledge of staff, and it's arranged. You set that up. You do that with the superintendent. I'm sure that you will, well, if we can be in buildings, if we're allowing adults in buildings, who knows? But when we do, soon you will be in buildings and it's going to be great. It'll be a lot of fun. I used to, in a previous career, I said, I had a blue collar life. I used to do environmental work, and I worked with a guy who was my mentor who said there is no substitute for walking the land on which you're going to make a decision. Same goes for the work that you do. Be in schools, be engaged, go to school events, go to the sporting events, be out there and be seen and have those experiences and conversations. It's really important because you'll bring those experiences into the boardroom and it'll inform your decision making. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, reducing teacher lunch breaks from 40 minutes to 36 minutes. Okay. You're in the minority, but that's okay. What do you? Oh, correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They do. That's why it's an ambiguous question. That's the whole point of the question.
Even if we were in a collective bargaining situation, it probably wouldn't be us that would come up with reducing a lunch break. I mean, we might approve something as a greater contract, but we wouldn't jump in and say, oh, sorry, you just lost 4 minutes. So that's how I look at it.
So does the board member in negotiations negotiate with the labor team? Who's
So it's led by district staff and, without being inappropriate, given that we're, in a public space, I think there's different levels in which the board participates versus kind of the day in, day out administrative school schedule, the kind of more technical pieces of the collective bargaining agreement versus the economic portion of the bargaining agreement. The board is involved with some pieces and not with others. So while we do approve the ultimate bargaining agreement, we are not involved with every session in which there is a discussion about schedule and the more administrative terms of the agreement.
Yeah, I mean, to focus that a little bit more, the board member is on the district side of the bar in negotiations. There's a liaison. You're acting in an oversight role. And I believe I have the policy here. Oh no, I don't. No, but you've delegate negotiation for the collective bargaining agreement to the superintendent and district staff. You're there as a liaison to oversee that process. You do caucus with the district, but you're not in there negotiating. And you may participate in and bring the board voice into the caucuses with the so when the two sides go back and talk amongst themselves, that's called a caucus. We caucus and have a meeting essentially. You may be part of that discussion, but in the negotiating, you're not negotiating and you're not actually coming down and making this determination. Because I mean, seriously, thinking about this, is anybody here qualified? Is there any of you qualified to make a determination about a break or prep time for a teacher? I wouldn't want to make that decision. That's why I hire an education expert to do that for me. So yeah, this is superintendent work in a strict terms. Ooh, approving an overnight trip for the drama class, and it's out of state. Oh, interesting. Okay. There we go. Christy, you're going to be a great board member. It does. It depends. Some districts, so in my school district, the board does not approve these. We've delegated that to the superintendent. Last week, I was with the district where the board did. And just before that, I was with the district that they had student groups come in and lobby the board for money to do these trips. So, I mean,
Can we please never, ever, ever do that? Like, I don't ever want that policy.
I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I mean, you know what?
It was our policy. It was our practice and our policy 8 or 9 years ago.
I mean, let's be serious. That's a great learning moment for those kids to come before the school board and engage the board in, in advocating on their own behalf for an allocation of resources for this learning experience. That that's a teachable moment there. I'm not saying it's wrong.
And that wasn't our practice. It was just that it was procedural and
Oh.
policy that the board chair would sign off, and then the board quickly decided that that wasn't the direction they wanted to go, that particular board, and change the policy.
It is a good teaching moment. There's nothing to say that they couldn't do that with the school administrators.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, but end of the day, it depends. In this district, that function is delegated to the superintendent. Totally fine. We do the same thing in Corvallis. And I have a policy to go along with it. So in this one, yeah, so in the example policy, it's delegated to the superintendent. But you don't have to do it that way. It's totally fine. Ooh. Is this board work? Oh, really? You guys? This is actually the last one.
It's not, but this is exactly the kind of thing that, even though it's delegated, that under the kind of no surprises doctrine, this isn't done without board awareness, engagement, lots of pre-planning, because there's a million feelings about a high school mascot.
The board's going to be involved. The superintendent's going to be involved. The staff's going to be involved. The athletic program's going to be involved. The community's going to be involved. The Chamber of Commerce will probably be involved, and so will the local university and community college. Everybody's going to be in the middle of this. Yeah, and there is no policy for this. This is just a deeply engaged process, and it's all hands on deck to make a move like this. So yeah, because there's lots of strong feelings about mascots. So yeah, it's a trick question. Sorry guys, but you navigated it beautifully. Oh, but it's the prompt for the policy in the absence of policy. So this is the superintendent escape hatch. So how often does the board meet? Twice a month?
At least once a month.
At least. So I mean, some it's like, the first Monday of every month, and that's all they meet. That's it. So the superintendent has to operate a school district for a whole calendar month before the board comes back. And if there is no policy, that superintendent has to make operational decisions. And if there isn't a policy, we have policy BFE that allows them to function, get their job done, and they're going to come back and check in with you. That's really all this says. Okay. Oh, and this is the Stump the OSBA Trainer slide. So is there an example that you can think of? Is it board work or not? Is there something that you guys have done? Something that's like, oh, what's right or what's wrong? I don't know. Anybody have an example? Okay, it's fine. Okay, so we've been talking about the board as a whole. We're going to kind of go down and start thinking about individuals here and our individual behavior here in our waning time. I'm going to just take a look at my time really quick. Okay, I've got 30 minutes. So your individual board authority is defined under policy BBAA. I strongly recommend that even you experienced board members go back and read this. It's just good to read this policy every year. Oh, policy, it's BBAA. You're going to spend a lot of time in the B section of the policies. I don't have the policy slides, so we could talk about policy structure, but you have this wonderful board secretary who can help you navigate policy. Okay, So I pulled up the first sentence here because it's critically important. I mentioned it earlier. An individual board member exercises the authority and responsibility of their position when the board is in legal session only. The only time you ever have any authority is when the gavel has been dropped and you're in a public meeting. It's the only time you can take action. Okay? As soon as we adjourn, we become a regular person. We can direct no one. We have no authority to tell anybody what to do. Okay? This is the big take home. No individual board member may direct the superintendent to action without board authorization. If there's something that we as an individual, I really need to get this one down, I want the superintendent to do something, I have to bring my colleagues along with me, and the board as a whole governing body gives that direction. Remember, I talked about unified, a single voice, your one board voice. This is what I'm talking about here. Board members will not intervene in the administration of the district or its schools. We just don't monkey around in operations, and this board gets that. Yep, back up. So, yeah, I backed up. Good. So this is policy BBF. This is another one. This is your homework. You're going to go home and read this. You know, before your next meeting, you need to read this one. This is your board policy for yourselves. This defines how you will operate, how you will treat each other, how you'll work with the superintendent. These are your expectations for yourselves. This is how you hold yourself accountable. And the only people that will hold you accountable to this is you. Okay? So you hold each other accountable to this policy. So this is the example policy. I don't know what yours looks like. We can go, if you want, I can come back and we can go through it in detail and talk about all the reasons why you have the elements of your policy BBF. At OSBA, we call this board's best friend, because this is the policy that keeps you out of trouble. And so you don't have to call Callan.
Touching on the social media thing that you were going to get to.
Yeah, hopefully we can get there.
Yes.
We'll try.
I'll be quick. The expressing personal opinions. Like that would come down to something that if you're on social media and you're stating something, you would probably want to specify that's your personal capacity or opinion.
Hold that question, because
Okay.
I have a slide for that. Next one is board staff communications, GBD. This is a good one that you should read and become conversant with, but we'll hit the high points here. Come on up. There you go. Okay. This is the thou shalt speech. Okay, and this is, I'm sure your policy says exactly these words. All formal communications or reports to the board or any board committee from staff members will be submitted through the superintendent. Full stop. Anything that you get officially, everything that this body will get will come from the superintendent. Okay? If it comes through a different channel, it's informal. Okay? Very clear. It will come through from your superintendent either through an email or through this boardroom. All official board communications, policies, directives of staff interest and concern will be communicated to staff members through the superintendent. So if you have an issue, it goes through your superintendent. We never go around the superintendent. Why?
Of course we would go. We're a team, are we not? There's legal stuff. Oh, sorry. You've got legal ramifications. You have policies that you have to follow. Not to mention all the talk of working together and being a team and being transparent.
Right.
So that's where my thoughts go immediately.
That the reason why we always go through our superintendent?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we're constrained by policy. And
Right.
indeed, we're constrained by this policy. It says that we will do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes back to governance versus management. Sensible.
Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Well, it's the whole premise. I mean, we're in the governance, we're not in the management, we're not in the operations with other staff. That, we have essentially one employee, and that would be Dr. Cordy. So we really don't have any business going around that or working with anyone else.
Correct. There's only one person that's directly accountable to you, and that's the superintendent. And that's a relationship based on trust. You need that trust. When you take these external informal channels, then you're compromising that trust. Okay, now let's get real. It's going to happen. And I'm sure with you experienced board members, this has happened. Teacher comes to you or staff member comes to you and they say, I got this problem and I want to talk to you about it. What do we do?
It's the same as a parent. And I think, whether it's a staff member or a parent that comes to us, I think it's one of the hardest things that we do. And that is because we're all fixers. We want to fix it. We want to jump in. And it's really hard to redirect them. But it's the same thing. You redirect a parent to the appropriate channel, whether that's the teacher or the principal. And you would do the same thing with this teacher. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to hear all of that. They need to go to their supervisor. And if that doesn't work, then again, move up to the superintendent or whatever that looks like, but there's an appropriate channel for them as well.
Yeah.
And I think this is especially hard when it's a teacher or a coach, and your kids are heavily involved and you've been a volunteer and there's an issue and it comes up. And I think that those are cases that are even more challenging. But I feel like I've been very fortunate that the teachers of this district have not used an informal channel to try, and that is just not the culture of this district. And I've been pleased that I've never had that kind of inappropriate approach. But I think that there's that should that occur, that it is, I think, even more difficult and more challenging in situations when it's a coach or it's somebody that you're close to or it's a personal. And so it's even more the reason to send back through the channels so that there doesn't appear to be bias or something inappropriate. And if there is ultimately a disagreement that we have to decide on, we're not privy to more information than our colleagues.
Yeah. So, and particularly the really conservative approach that you've taken is especially the case when you're in negotiations. So if you're in labor negotiations, it's just absolutely verboten. We just cannot have that communication. The association is already negotiating with the superintendent. We just have to respect that boundary. If someone does come to you with something, you get it. Okay, they're going to say stuff to you. You can stop them. You can also, and be sure to disclose that, remember, you're going to close the loop with your superintendent. It's absolutely essential. If someone raises an issue with you, that you provide that feedback to your superintendent and you tell them that. You say, look, I'm happy to hear what you're going to say, but understand I'm going to have a conversation with the superintendent. We're going to close this loop. Okay. So, so you can communicate that. And maybe there's something, sometimes stuff is brewing in the district and maybe the leadership team doesn't know. And sometimes people come to the board, and that's okay. We can be that communication conduit, but we always go back and close the loop with our superintendent and preserve that trust. Okay. It's a really key responsibility when you're on a board, is that we always support our superintendent.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
So if people come to you with concerns and you bring it back to your superintendent, in that situation, should you also be bringing it to your superintendent at the same time as your entire board so that everybody's privy to the same information? Or would you just be bringing it to your superintendent and then deciding from there?
Yeah, I would just bring it to the superintendent if it's something that the board needs to make a decision on. And this is why we spent so much time on having you exercise that muscle. Is it board work or is it the superintendent work? Most of the time, I think that every time that a staff member has ever reached out to me, it's always been operational. It wasn't board work. I'm just the messenger. Just like with your typical complaint, I got a problem with my teacher, with my kid's teacher. That's operational. I can't fix that. I'm going to take it to my superintendent.
Okay.
I'm going to direct them back to staff and go to my superintendent, because the superintendent has the ability to actually do something to fix the problem. So,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, we got a scenario. I want to check my time. This is really worthwhile. Yes, we do have time. Hopefully the audio works. This is a tough video. I'll just tell you ahead of time.
Well, hello, Andy. How are you?
Hello, Lillian.
My son tells me that your daughter has landed the lead in the upcoming spring school play. So tell me, how does it feel to be the father of a star?
To be honest, I'm sick to death over this.
Why, I was sure that you'd be thrilled about this. Jessica is such a lovely girl. She's such a talented girl, and it's great to have that talent recognized.
Oh, it is, but, and she's on cloud 9. I'm just not sure about this play.
What do you mean?
Well, it's got some dirty words in it that I don't think children should be hearing, much less saying in public. We have strictly forbidden Jessica from using any of those words ever. In fact, I've had to punish her more than once for doing so. It's going to be hard for me to hear her saying those words, and especially doing so under a school sanction. I'm afraid it's sending a mixed message that's just not fair to Jessica.
Andy, I hear what you're saying, and I respect that. But you know, those words are not Jessica's words. Those are the words of her character in the play. And to be honest, you're fighting a losing battle. The kids, I'm sure that they have heard and seen far worse things on TV every night. My women's magazines even have some of those words. Andy, I think that maybe you and Susie have taken a very, very strict position on this.
Lillian, that may be true, but I just can't give up. Worked too hard to raise her the right way. Now, I know I must do something about this. I don't want to hurt Jessica at all.
Well, Andy, I respect your feelings, and I know you want to do right by Jessica, who is a fine and talented girl. This just seems a little harsh.
You know, I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Johnson, but this community is just not ready to hear children say these words. This is opposed to every standard that the community and the schools are trying to uphold.
But it's just not that easy to change a copyrighted script.
Hey, I know you don't like censorship. I don't either. But unless these words are taken out of the play, I'm going to bring the matter up to the school board. And I'm pretty sure you're not going to like the outcome of that discussion.
Jessica is so excited about this part.
I know. I'm not going to hurt her in any way, but I will not have my daughter or any of the children speaking obscenities in public, especially at an activity sponsored by the school. Now, make the changes I suggested, or I'm going to have to take it to the school board for action.
I guess I need to talk with the principal about this, Andy.
Fine. You do what you have to do.
Yeah.
Okay?
I don't think it's anything that I can do on my own.
Well, I'm going to do what I have to do. All right?
Thanks for setting me that. That's tough. Okay. So, what'd you notice?
You got a parent upset? Got an upset parent?
Yeah. Got an upset parent? I should have prefaced this with Andy is school board. Sorry.
We've got an upset school board member.
So the woman he was talking to, I don't know her, but he's a member of Microphone, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, and he said that when he was saying, I'm going to bring this to the school board. I'll do whatever. We have a bunch of these Andy videos. This is probably the hardest one that we have. Okay, so Andy's a school board member.
So Andy's being completely inappropriate.
Okay, he's angry.
I mean, you don't hang up your parent card when you become a school board member, but you also have an obligation to recognize that when you walk into your kid's classroom or you talk to their teachers, that they may not solely see you as a parent in that moment. And so if you have a problem with, I mean, in his case, his issue was, I don't like the school district managing or allowing this kind of language. Well, that's a policy issue. And it's so the appropriate action from my perspective would be to go talk to the superintendent about, show me where our policy is around obscenities in school plays and how this is playing out, and help me understand how this was approved, et cetera, et cetera. It's okay to be angry. It's not okay to go in and bark at your kid's teacher who's seeing you, especially in that moment, not just as a parent, but also as a school board member, and saying, you do you, but I'm going to go to the school board and, you're not going to like that. That is, for lack of a better word, that's kind of bullying behavior. And that's not okay. That's not our role. Our role at that moment in time, especially if it involves something that our kid's involved in, we think it's inappropriate or unfair, is to go to the superintendent and allow the superintendent to manage down and bring answers back, so that you're not putting yourself in a position of acting like you have the and of abuse of power, of acting as though you have the entire board behind you when you're just being an upset parent.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Abuse of power, definitely abuse of position, probably not an ethics violation because he's not going to materially benefit. But are Andy's values engaged here?
Well, I think part of what I see with this,
Yeah.
whether he's a school board member or parent, he needs to have a conversation with his daughter. He's saying he doesn't want to hurt his daughter. She's in this play. I mean, the family needs to take care of some of that business, I think, internally as well. He doesn't want her in that play using those words. I mean, there's a possibility that then it may not work out. But I think, there needs to be a conversation within the family too. If she can't do that role, then she can't do that role. I mean, potentially. It just seems like there are a lot of different pieces to that. If they're not comfortable with it, they're not.
Yeah, it's messy. Yeah, there's no easy answers here. I'm gonna have another prompt here. Yeah, was he appropriate? No. And I think, yeah, way out of line. Yeah, this is way, way, way out of lane. One, he's inserting himself into an operational issue, and you highlighted that the proper way is to approach that from the policy side of things. Yeah.
Well, and you just look at their body language. There's no intention of resolving anything. It's just a little bit hostile.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the more important question. What's the likely impact?
Impact on him or on the situation?
All of it. Impact on him as a board member, impact on the educator, impact. How long do you think it would take before the rest of the high school heard about this interaction? If you know anything about high schools, okay? How long will it be before other board members? How long do you think it's going to take the superintendent to hear about this? What is the impact of all that churn going to be on the school, on the relationship between Andy and the superintendent, Andy and his colleagues, and the whole organization?
Ultimately, it'll be detrimental to his daughter in the long run, but it's going to create a lot of division. unnecessary events that could have been handled if that was handled a little bit more properly. But ultimately, which is what matters most, is that it'll affect his daughter and the other people in play. There's students in play.
Yeah, it may, and probably staff are going to probably do their best to try to, you know, well, I mean, thinking about the staff student relationship there, they're probably going to do as much as they can to protect insulate the student from the situation when these things come up. What do you, so yeah, yeah,
When we're making decisions as a board, right, to quote, we're doing what's best for the kids. And so I'm going to go back to how that's going to.
Well, in the immediate effect, you've got a teacher now that is terrified and is probably actually worried for her job. I mean, right out of the gate, that's within seconds that's just occurred. So that not only is that teacher impacted, but every other teacher is thinking, oh, great, now, it could be me next.
so what you're driving at, what you're all kind of landing on is that it's going to erode trust. So the currency that the board has with staff is trust. It's one of the most treasured kind of currencies that you have is having your staff's trust. And so that's what he's impacting. He's also going to impact probably the trust that he has with his colleagues as well. It's like, you did what? What were you thinking, Andy? Now how do I work with Andy? And it depends, and what if the board actually takes this up? And how does the board navigate this topic? Is it even board work? It may not be, depending on what their policy says, and it may or may not be. It may not get on an agenda, but if it does, how the board navigates that, particularly after the impact of how Andy has navigated with staff. I mean, every eye is going to be on that board when that happens. And so, yeah, when we let our emotions get run away with us and we make mistakes, it can have really, really deep impacts. Is it appropriate for us to bring our values to our board work? Yeah, definitely. Is Andy wrong for his convictions? No. Correct. The what is not what's wrong here. It's the how he navigated the space. Is really what's the problem here. I have 5. Oh, and we already talked about how he could be more effective. Okay, and I don't know what I have next. This is actually a really good slide to end on. This is the I need information. We have 3 new board members. You're going to be needing a lot of information. So, if you have these information requests, where do we get this? So if it's meeting procedure and protocol, I mean, who are we going to go to? Board chair or board secretary? This is probably one of the rare situations where, because you're not talking about the business of the board, not the substance of your meetings, you're talking about, the procedure and protocol and getting, when do I show up or where do I show up at? This is a situation where the board secretary is good. They herd cats. We're all cats. Okay. So yeah, this is board chair. But if you go direct to your board secretary, who do you CC on that? There you go. Superintendent, board chair. Yes. Always keep them in the loop. Okay. Here's the big one. Okay. I'm really fired up about student discipline data. I want to see disaggregated student discipline data. I want to see it right now. We haven't seen that, and we haven't looked at that data in 5 years. I want to see it right now. And this is hypothetical. This is a hypothetical exam. As a board member, how do I go about getting that data?
You would request it from Heather.
Can I go direct?
We actually have a very specific board policy about that. If you wanted that data or reports, or or something like that to be on the agenda, it would be a request that goes through the board chair, and the chair and the superintendent would discuss that. And that may be something that comes in front of the board. It could just be, if it's informational, then that information, would go back to that person. So we actually do have a pretty specific procedure, just depending on what that nature of that information request looks like.
Thank you, Sue. That's the answer. So yeah, it really depends on how much staff effort. So every time you pull effort, staff effort, you're pulling their attention away from kids. Remember those information requests that Callan talked about? Why we, every time we have a distraction that takes our staff away from kids, that's where we want them focused on our kiddos. So when we make a information request, it sure as heck better be something that the whole board is interested in. Now, I agree. There are some information requests, and probably student discipline data is probably pretty easy to put your hands on. You're probably tracking that. It's probably an easy pull, not a big lift. But there are other things that could be a really bit heavy lift for them to pull together. So then you might want to have the whole board discuss that and then make that formal request. Again, that one board voice. Yes, this is something all 5 of us are really interested in. Yeah, go ahead and give us a report on that when you can do it.
We've spent a lot of time in the past on trying to kind of wrap our heads around need to know and want to know, and really kind of focusing on the need to know, as we move forward or have information requests, because we all love data. So
Indeed, we do. Yes. Okay, incidental stuff, events, outside meetings, all that stuff. This is kind of like the first one. It's, you can reach out to your board chair. You can reach out to your board secretary. Your superintendent will probably push events to you. You're going to get this stuff. And so, yeah, you can check in with your board leadership. How about policy and legal questions? Can you? Sue?
So if it's not in board policy, and I've done this maybe twice, I think in 15 years, but you can pick up the phone and call OSBA if it's a quick question. They're a great resource.
Yeah, I would understand that, but I would back up and say, fine, go ahead and reach out to me. I'm happy to take your questions, but you might loop in your superintendent in that and make sure that she's aware that you're asking that, or you can ask her and she can reach out to me, or anyone on her team, or Christine will push that question to me. Totally fine, just as long as she's in the loop. What you don't want to do, and it makes me grumpy when board members do this, they try to get their superintendent or their colleagues in a gotcha. And they're doing research and it's like, I think they did this meeting and it was inappropriate. That makes me really grumpy. I don't like those. Yeah. We definitely talk to each other a lot. Yes. It does. It does happen. Okay. I'm going to stop there because I want to respect the board's time. Thank you so much for your time and taking time to do this. It will support you, and I'm really pleased with the effort of this board and all your great responses. I mean, you clearly know where your lane is at, and you sound like a really, really good team. And so hopefully be able to come back and continue this discussion. There's more here, and then really focus in on the things that you want to work on and skill up on. So I'm just really pleased. Thanks.
So Vince and Callan, thank you so much for spending the entire afternoon here with us and the thoughtful preparation that went into this. It's really appreciated. So thank you so much. And I want to make sure that the board knows that what we've been working on with Vince is one of the options that they have for board development is a series of trainings over the course of the year, like 3 or 4 times, and it'll kind of align with where we are in the year, I would imagine. So we have signed up for that. So we've got that in the future, and we don't have those future dates identified, but that'll be 3 or 4 more of those opportunities for for training. And then we also have on August 24th, when we meet, we are going to have another facilitator. Her name is Peg Portscheller. She's not from OSBA. She's worked with our board years ago in the more team building aspect of our work together. This today was really amazing very technical information that's so important. But what Peg will do with us in August at that August 24th meeting is really take time with us so that we can learn more about each other's stories and develop and just really start developing those relationships that we know are so important as a foundational piece of all that we do. So that's something else to be thinking about in our future. And I do want to just tag one thing on, if I could, on the information requests. One of the things that we know, Christine just works so hard on the communication piece and keeping board members in the loop, and just thinking about on the requests for information, Christine sends a lot of things to board members and has requests of things back. And so just to be really thoughtful about her timelines and the work that she's doing and providing things back to her in that sort of reciprocal sort of relationship. So I just wanted to just slide that in there, if that's okay.
Always be my
I just want to echo the thanks. We really appreciate you both being here, and it was a great refresh, as you noticed by some of my questions. I have a lot to learn too. But I think it's just great information, and it's always changing. So thank you so much for being here and helping us. We appreciate it. So with that, we'll adjourn our training session for this afternoon. We will be back online at 5:30 for a work session.